Test, test, test. Hello, people. Did I get rated? Oh, okay, people are just chilling. All right, hey, doing well. But thank you, Conservatoid and X Rocks Fist. Thanks for being on. Also, oh, sorry, Marshall George Zukov, and Intense Complex. Hello, hi. You guys are doing well. Shout out to all of you. Yeah. We'll get started. Second. Yeah, today is the White People Day, so everyone showed up on time, as you would expect, our white brethren. Yeah. Started. Then great.
Be pissed.
Gibbs, I got that cigar that you recommended.
Oh yeah, did you like it?
I have not had it yet. I just picked it up from the store.
The which one? The
anniversary.
Maduro? Oh yeah, they're good. I got me a cigar for tonight as well. We're gonna try this one out.
Congratulations on spreading lung cancer to each other. We love to see that.
Well, it would be lip cancer cigars. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think there's any statistical link between cigars and lung cancer, but I could be wrong.
Oh, that's the wrong camera.
You should smoke a bunch and find out.
Wow.
Prime's just upset because he doesn't have fun like we do.
That's true.
You cannot have fun without a cigar. The logic just does not work.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Good evening.
One of our
How do I switch
members will be
cams?
a little bit late, but
Is that Rich?
yeah.
He's usually got class right now.
Kids. But yeah, thanks all for being here. Corey, say things while we're waiting for our...
Yeah, I'll say lots of. Well, this might not be of interest to anybody else but me. Did anybody watch X-Men '97?
Yes, I did, and I was trying to get other people to watch it. It's
on the list. We haven't got to it yet. She's got a favorite show called Hannibal that we're watching. So.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good show.
Right.
The what's it called? With what's his name that plays Hannibal? Not Anthony Hopkins, the new one. Nicholson.
Yes.
He's really good.
I can't. The show fucks with me. I'm not gonna act like it's something I can easily watch.
What's the I've never heard of this. What's the
It's a very dark show.
I
is
like
very
dark shows. Yeah, what's the
so it's called Hannibal, and it's literally like the show of Hannibal Lecter and how he
prequel.
gets incarcerated.
Gotcha.
So it follows the actual books really, really close.
Oh, okay.
But like they do change a few stuff to make it a little bit more modern, but otherwise it's pretty.
Yeah, they got cell phones now or something.
Yeah, so they don't ever get to I think it only goes 3 seasons, so they only get to deal with they never deal with any of the stuff that like Jodie Foster's character plays in Silence of the Lamb. So you only make it through. I think in the 3rd season, only makes it through the end of the 1st book, but it's really, really good.
Well, is he does he live up to the? Does the cannibalism basically come in before or after the show?
No,
or is, the whole okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, sort of cool.
Yeah, so they talk about some of the stuff he's been doing. Like there's like a killer that existed before, and I guess they don't know it's Hannibal.
Don't say anything more. Don't say anything more. I'll take a look. But you were gonna say, what were you gonna say about X-Men '97, Corey?
Well, I really enjoyed it. Well, I was a fan of obviously the original '90s X-Men. I don't know how many other people that was popular. Yeah, exactly. And there's like old things. And like X-Men '90s I think was a very well done show. Also, I'm not going to spoil anything, but like what they allude to, for the next seasons. Yeah, I'm pretty excited.
I ended up being really impressed. I wanted to talk to some people about who I knew liked the original, especially if you're a comic book reader, because and I'm not spoiling anything. I promise I won't spoil anything about X-Men '97. I don't do that. But especially for the early episodes, it seems like they're going at a breakneck pace through their story. So you sense that too, Corey. Yeah, like they're going through breakneck to get through these storylines, and they're really like condensing them. And to an extent, that's good because, like, I mean, in comic books, like these storylines are fucking sprawling. You know, it just takes a while to get through these things, and there's like a lot, that's involved. And so like I felt like some things are being shortchanged, but it slows down in the second half of the season, I think, and like basically, it seems like they were getting through all these storylines to get to a very particular place, right? And I think overall, like once you take the whole of it, it's actually really good.
Oh yeah. Like I agree. Again, not giving anything away, but like I agree. They're covering a lot of ground, especially like in the early half of the season, and even whatever with the finale episode, they're like wrapping up a bunch of storylines. But I think, despite the fact that they cover a lot of ground, I think they like really do it well. Of like, it's a little bit rushed, but I think overall it's like really done well, giving like enough time to service all of the storylines and I guess hit the emotional beats, so to speak.
Yeah,
I think they're also good at the setup for later. Like I think they're trying to get through some stuff to like really expand in some of these later seasons coming up. It feels like.
What sucked is the main writer who like.
They were let go, I believe.
Yeah, he was the driving force, but he was let go. We don't know why. At least the last time I looked into it, we don't know why he was let go. Hopefully it wasn't like a Me Too situation, but like I don't know. Especially like a show that was like an obvious hit like from the very start. It's why did that happen? Question mark.
I really hope that we get the Gargoyles and the Spider-Man ones now. Spider-Man 98. Both of those producers or writers or whatever said they want to come back and do it since this 97 was so successful. I like Spider-Man maybe has the worst ending like of any of the Spider-Man 98 is one of my favorite shows ever, and that ending like is such a horrible cliffhanger.
Ooh, shots fired.
Hold on. So before
I mean it's great. It's just a bad
that in a second. Let me get that in a hot second, and we definitely want to tackle that. For X-Men 97, the original X-Men 90s cartoon, that ended with Professor X being hurt by the Brood, right? Like he got injured or something by the Brood, and then like being taken by the Shi'ar up to their interstellar thing. This is not a spoiler for anything. I mean, unless you haven't watched that, it doesn't matter.
It's a spoiler. 25, 30 years.
Don't worry about that. And then the show, they actually like what's weird. Oh man, I gotta do it. I'll talk to you about that later. They don't actually truly address like that timeline of events, which made me think that this was like there's like a spiritual like continuation rather than actual, because the way they do it is like weird as shit. But I'll have to talk to you about that later. I don't remember what how Spider-Man the 90s cartoon ended. What was the end of that one?
So the end of that is where the modern Spider-Verse starts, but they basically end with Mary Jane falling into, I don't remember exactly right off the top of my head, but she ends up falling into the multiverse or the Spider-Verse, and Madam Web is whatever, and he's like dives into the multiverse to go find her, and then that's when it ends, and we never got any more. So we never got any finds Mary Jane, we never got any of the Madam Web Spider-Verse like that we got now. It basically ends like right then, and you're like,
that's
no.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it would be perfect for a renewal.
Right now, but
it was terrible for the last 20-something years.
Yeah.
Like,
I did
the best animated, like in my opinion, about that era.
I feel like I didn't get to see all the last season of Gargoyles. Because Gargoyles got like super dark and amazing.
Yeah, it was always amazing, at least for me.
Yeah, it was. It was great. It was a great show.
Well, they have some crazy quotes in the Gargoyles too, like that Will Trick quote, where he's like, "Pay a man enough, and he'll walk through hell to do anything for you." I was like, "That's crazy." That seems like something like that'd be like I don't know, some speech by Machiavelli or some shit.
Yeah, it's
like
really good.
Gargoyles.
I actually kind of want to watch Gargoyles now. Now that you mention it, like Gargoyles is really fucking good. Oh my god, it was really good.
I never enjoyed Gargoyles.
Yeah,
what?
It was all right.
I didn't care for Gargoyles. The original X-Men, I liked a bit. The theme was fucking amazing, which is why they redid
didn't know
it.
how to do themes back then.
Oh yeah, like fuck. I'm sorry, I'm speechless. Y'all remember Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Like the fucking theme was badass as fuck. Yeah, like a lot of these old 90s shows, they just did really good theme songs, and I don't know why, but like half of them were for children, and they were still
we're done
amazing.
having theme songs. It's 3-second intros now because no one's gonna sit through like we stream everything now, so we're not gonna sit through a 30-second intro every episode. It's just
but no.
I
Actually, I even on Netflix, I still go when I'm watching Star Trek. I go through the intro every single time.
Exactly.
every episode, really?
Absolutely.
I couldn't do that.
No. Okay, sure. That makes sense. You know, Zoomers with their attention spans.
You just call me a Zoomer?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm 32 years old.
The appropriate term is loser,
Yeah,
Brian.
you got demoted, dude.
Loser.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. But yeah,
Zoomer.
but the point is that yeah, I reject that. Yes, you're right in that like we don't have good intros anymore because like they've shortened it. So like specifically the guy who created the X-Men 90s, the original opening theme song, right? There's a interview of him online, right? Where these guys they talk to him and they show him like how much his like I think he already knew, like to a certain extent, but how much his intro was loved on the internet, right? Because a lot of people have done like remixes and recreations of it, and so like they show him a few and they ask him to pick out like the best one, in his opinion. But he talks about his career afterwards. And he says that like people would hit him up, you know, studios hit him up all the time. It's like, yeah, like do that thing like you did with X-Men, right? But like in a 5-second like jingle, like do that, right? Make that catchy. Like, no, this is impossible.
Give me something iconic, 2 seconds or less.
Exactly, well, I mean, right? Yeah, but I reject that people won't listen to things. They will if it's good. So I'm gonna reference One Piece because we should all do that every day, right? I think that would be part of the way we start our day, referencing One Piece. One Piece right now has a new intro, and it's a banger, right? Like, you can look through the comments of the videos, right? Like when I like subscribe to Crunchyroll, you look through the comments, and you'll consistently, like, since this like opening premiered, right? People will say like, "I'm never skipping this thing," right? It's so deep, and there's so much love put into it, right? In terms of like even like the video like itself, like not just the music, but the video that accompanies it has so many references, right? To like the upcoming arc. Like it's so deep and so well
important.
done.
It's important, especially with anime.
People
I think we lost that with cartoons, so I guess I didn't want to agree, but I'll concede it. Yeah, if they were good, people might watch them. I guess I'm thinking of TV shows, not cartoons, where the intros have definitely lost their luster. And the point of the intro back then was you would hear like the intro song and you'd have 20 seconds to get to your television. Right? You would hear it, you'd be like, oh shit, the show is on, run to the TV. It's kind of giving you, whereas nowadays people are kind of clicking and going. But yeah, I guess if cartoons did cooler themes, they would be like more prevalent and more popular.
Songs, though. It's not even just songs. So like I remember, right, the Clone Wars, right? They did that cool old school 50s style like concept at the beginning of the Clone Wars where they would like
Which one?
Like the TV show. Like they would be like
there's two of them. Which one?
Obviously, the one that's current canon. If you just let me finish, you'll find out. Because there's the whole point, right? Like, so
there's a good one and a bad one.
Well, let me just finish. All right. Well, hold on. There's no good or bad one. Both the Clone Wars cartoons are made. This is the worst takes I've ever heard. Hold on. These are terrible takes. I've never heard worse takes than just.
I'll give you a bad take in a second.
Let me just finish. Like, all right. So what they would do, like, is that old 50 style is like in the whatever system, the separatists, you know, they do the intro, right? And like that's if anything, that Clone Wars is the bad one compared to the other one. But that's not. But even then, it's not because this Clone Wars is amazing. First of all, secondly, that they do that intro and it was very cool, like brought you in the setting. It was very like, oh, whatever. And then now with the Bad Batch, which is basically a continuation of the Clone Wars, which also was an amazing show, by the way.
Bad Batch is made the best.
Yeah, so cool. Right. It was really good, but they would only intro you with like, up the words, and then it's it, and you're in. And I'm like, well, I feel like we lost something with that. But I did like on the very first episode of the Bad Batch, they had that Clone Wars feel, and then it went into the Bad Batch kind of thing. I thought that was a nice little transition kind of thing.
I don't know, the new intro for like social media or like internet media seems to be like showing the middle of the clip in the beginning, having that run for like 30 seconds and have that be like the attention getter, and now people are gonna watch the whole video to see the middle clip.
Yeah.
So that's the new like theme song now.
Yeah. It's unfortunate we've lost stuff. Like there were some good ones. Going back and watching old shows. Like Family Matters had a good intro.
Didn't they just bring that back, or as a cartoon or something like that?
No. You're thinking. Oh no, you're thinking of a different show. You're thinking of
Good Times.
Good Times. Good Times. Yeah, that's the one. And which was I haven't seen it myself because I really don't want to buy into it. But like super offensive. By like all accounts, it's just like wild and like no one from the original supports it. It's just it's and like who asked for that? Who asked for it? Who was like, what we really need is a Good Times revival in cartoon form. Who was breaking down the walls of Netflix to make this happen? Like,
I mean, someone had to have like really wanted to like, no, this is gonna go off great. Everyone's gonna love it. Then we're gonna have a drug dealing baby on the show. Things are gonna be fucking great.
Drug dealing baby, right? And it's like especially galling because Good Times was like I wouldn't call it a black empowerment show necessarily, right? Especially because it had white writers, which was a big contention. With like how the white writers treated the black characters, there was a big contention there. But still, it tackled a lot of like interesting issues that the black community was facing at the time, right? And it did so in like a healthier way. That like this. Remember, this is like in the 70s, and this is like brand new to American television. Where like black issues get taken seriously and we're not like jokes all the time, right? Or mammies, whatever. And so like despite its flaws, and it has quite a bit of flaws, still it was like revolutionary for its time. And then now a drug dealing baby? Like, what the fuck?
It's a continuation. I think it's the kids like life that's happening.
I don't know. Again, I don't watch. I don't
ruined.
Want to. Yeah. I mean, I maybe if I have a Netflix subscription, but maybe if I stole it and watch it, because I don't want to support it at all, you know?
Just watch on the big
There's a lot of hate watches and it supports them. Like the Scooby-Doo thing, the Velma thing got like, I think it got renewed purely on hate watches.
Season 2. That's what it was. So many people hate watch it. They're like, hey, fuck it. We got the eyes on it.
Yeah, that's all they need. So, okay. Yeah,
it's not going to work.
No, hate watching for
I don't think
season 2?
I don't think hate watching will last from like season to season. People might like, give it a shot, but it's. I mean, if it's truly out of hatred, it's not going to stick around.
Well, especially if they like they know and they're like, all right, let's make them really hate it. We're gonna go extra PC and SJW with it.
Okay, so we'll move past this, but like I really actually want. This is fun. And Corey, we gotta talk about X-Men 97.
Oh yeah, I'm always down for any X-Men.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks all for being here. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we do Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Shout out to all the great individuals here. We have one more person who'll be joining us soon enough. Nerida says X-Men 97 been good so far, but the creator was fired. Not sure why, and it's been okay, but has since of going wildly bad. Neridus, it's already done. Neridus, it's already done. Neridus is a kind support of this community. It's already done, actually. They've already got the season finale, and I think it ends pretty well. But I'd love to hear your opinion as well on this later on. In any case,
but the creator of the show has been posting a lot on Twitter about it, apparently, and I think he like even did like a watch along of the finale, where he's been like answering a lot of questions about what audience are speculating about.
Yeah, but not firing, I'm sure. Not whatever happened there. We'll see. But you got a bunch of great individuals. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet, if you enjoyed that little intro there. But and thank you for following Still Grilled by Still Grubby. Okay. But Lactoid, thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. Looking forward to just talking about all sorts of cool shit. You can find me at Like Toy TV, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube.
I have a question for you. Right after we're done with intros. Don't let me forget about that. Corey, thanks for being here, friend. How are you?
I'm doing well. I had a great weekend, and part of it was due to you and the great content that you share with me. Super appreciated. Spent a lot of time, a lot of entertainment value from that. But yeah, looking forward to getting to it as always with these fine and familiar faces. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell, and yeah, always looking forward to it.
And I'm glad you like the videos I shared with you. Maybe we should make that somehow a topic for large. I was trying to think of how to make that a topic for large panel without having them watch a 3.5 hour video.
I think you should force people to watch it.
Uh, we'll see. But let's go to our friend Ali. Looking handsome, right, for a 32-year-old, as we all know. You have a young spirit, I think, honestly.
I try, you know. Thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to getting into it with all of you. Corey, I can't believe your country has contaminated mine with their wilderness problems. Solve your
No,
fucking
you mean
issues.
purified yours.
You
not
have
contaminated.
you stop having wildfires. Either you guys have free healthcare and free college, and just stop having. How do you have wildfires still? Don't you have free firefighters? Just stop that shit. Leave me alone. Or
I
New York doesn't
apologize.
need to be orange.
I will admit, I sent out the mass email to all the candidates saying burn as much as possible.
But yeah, thanks for having me on. I was just on a panel with Gibbsy here on the Wix panel. We were debating Islam, and we actually converted him. So everyone say mashallah to Brother Gibbs. Congratulate him on his conversion to Islam. We have a new brother in the chat, and appreciate it. Looking forward to getting into it with you guys.
Love to see it. All right, bring communities together. So before then, Tiberius D, nice to have you here. How are you, friend?
Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Tiberius D, and it's good to be back here on the Prime K's Reverie. Man, it's been a while. Actually, we were on last week, and I do appreciate that. I get that back-to-back sequel trip. I do appreciate it, man. My life is very interesting right now. I've got some goods, I've got some bads. I am definitely riding the storm, but it's a pleasure to be here once again.
Okay. Let's see if I'm going to screw this up. And we're going to get immediate feedback if I do. Allahu Akbar?
There we go.
Hey. To Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah. I mean, it's all good music because you can't follow religion if you're a god. If y'all didn't know this, I'm actually Dionysus in the flesh, and so therefore y'all are all apostates because y'all should all be worshiping me and my wonderful chaos that I bring to the table. Yeah, it was fun. It's good stuff. I'm excited to be here and do some shenanigans.
Why do you think I have you on every week, Admiral Gibbs?
Because it's fun. I hope. Yeah, I hope.
Gotta expose the audience, right? So they recognize how great you are. I think you're great. Like, so,
mashallah.
Yeah, I wish that Islam would be cool, except they were so close. They made hookah. Or I don't know if they made hookah, but they smoke a lot of hookahs. They have hookahs. Hookahs are wonderful.
Hashish.
Hashish is real fun. Food's good. I love Arabic women. These are all good things.
Not the baddies, yep.
Yeah. They're almost their women are almost as insane as Hispanic women. So big fan of that. Yeah, and well, anyway, and
voluntary too. Voluntary.
Let me tell you, they're a little wild. But on that note, they did miss something pretty big, and the alcohol. How did y'all decide to get rid of that?
They drink. Don't let me.
They don't follow that one.
They kicked
out. It's the pork one that they hold true to.
Alcohol is a guideline.
And bacon. If I could have bacon alcohol, my life would be perfect. That stuff would be amazing. I'm just saying.
I don't drink, but that that would tempt me. I got a bit bacon out.
I'm saying.
Maybe
that sounds awful.
Maybe
it sounds like it'd be worth a shot.
I like bacon. No, that sounds awful.
Well, there's other versions. You guys are what is this obsession with bacon? Okay, it is. You guys love pig for some reason. I don't understand this.
Have you had pork grease?
Yes, it is. It is overpowering. It is the cheapest meat available for a fucking reason, right? There's a reason why every religion and culture is like, maybe we don't eat these things, especially the connection to like how close we are genetically. It's just pigs.
I'm a fucking chimp. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying like not only that. Have you ever put like bacon grease, like just a little bit in like any kind of food? It makes it better. Like refried beans.
You gotta eat overpowering. All you're tasting is the bacon grease. Yeah, bacon grease ice cream. What I do really want to try is fucking jamon, that like expensive ass Spanish they do the thigh, they age it, they dry it out, and then they cut it into thin slices. That shit looks good.
You can't have it though, right?
I mean, I will.
See, Gibbs, there's hope.
I thought you were making a JoJo reference there.
Which another
you guys don't know jamon? How do you guys know?
No one knows what I'm talking about.
It's okay. Yeah, JoJo does have some of the best. Yeah, the power. JoJo has some of the best intros. I know
JoJo does have
JoJo
I'm
just
a fan
has
of
good art. My brother's the anime guy. My brother's the anime king in the family. He's a big JoJo fan. He has the Berserk books and he loves One Piece. To be fair, I introduced him to One Piece a few years ago. He did not know about it. I knew about it.
But yeah, JoJo is fantastic. But anyway, what I wanted to I want to say two things. Something about what Ali said. What did you say? What would you bring up again?
Or
He loves pork, as he brought up.
Pork. Oh yeah, pork. Yeah. Oh, just quick comment there. Actually, okay. So I like bacon, but like, it's like bacon's a sometimes food for me. But like, I think bacon, like pork bacon, is actually really salty. And it does feel like a bit overpowering to me. But instead, what I've discovered is turkey bacon, which is fantastic.
Mashallah, brother Prime.
Hey.
Slowly, one by one, Gibbs, I'm gonna make the threat real. I'm gonna convert everyone on this panel to be a cultural Muslim, and just and that's my goal.
We've been doing anyway. We just go to mosque once a week.
Yeah. And
yeah, that would be impressive because then they'd all be socially conservative as well. We would be, and I'd probably be more okay with that, you know.
Which is why we're less of a threat to the West for you, bud. We come here, we're pretty socially conservative. We only voted Democrat because of the racism, and that's changed its tides now.
I'd like to go back to the Muslim.
Right.
Sorry, not Muslim. Muslim Middle East countries in a second, because I had watched a video on that. But before that, I need to get this up before I forget. Lactoid. So Rudy Giuliani, in case you guys didn't know, he got served over the weekend, right? So Rudy Giuliani, what he was doing was like Arizona had indicted him over the fake elector scheme. But they just could not serve this guy. Like 6 months, they couldn't serve him.
Where's Rudy Giuliani?
Yeah, he was bouncing back and forth between his Florida and New York home. But then he advertised his 80th birthday party, and how much fun he was going to have, right? In Florida, and he and the night before, right? Or no, not even the night before. It was that night. He apparently sent out a tweet. And that's the question I want to ask our friend Lectured about. He was like teasing the the Arizona like prosecutor's office, I guess, and he said that if they don't serve me by tonight, they'll have to do multiple things. But like the first thing he said, that they'll have to drop the indictment. Yeah, so that's the face I had, right? So is there if you're good at dodging these people, right? Dodging a summons, right, or being served, does it expire at some point?
So, and I don't know if the nature of these charges changes what the obligations are, but generally speaking, if you get sued, you hire a process server or the sheriff, which acts as a process server, to try to serve you. And if they can't after a certain amount of tries, then what you do is you basically put an ad out in the newspaper saying, we're serving this guy. And in the newspaper, in the town, in the area which you're serving. And then that counts as service. So if you can't serve, if you can't serve them, it's called service by publication. And you'll serve it, you'll basically put it in the newspaper. And the expectation is everybody should read the newspaper.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What if a newspaper's got a circulation and that town doesn't have newspapers anymore?
A lot of small town newspapers.
That would be an argument that I'm sure would come up in court, but likely it would just be whatever newspaper is like closest that applies to the county.
So this is a debate. This is a debate that I had in one of my legal classes recently. They were talking about the by publication, and someone brought up, well, in the modern times, how long is it before someone starts posting, oh, we're serving them on Twitter or Facebook and accounting? Or is that going to be a legal way to serve somebody?
It could become that way.
Just tweet at them.
You're served.
You've been served.
You got served.
What if they had to block though? You pre-block every process server, so then you can't be served.
You're just making random anonymous accounts.
You have every sheriff account nationwide blocked as well, or what?
Yeah, everybody. Just block everybody, and any new accounts figure out.
So just don't go on social media.
I wonder if it'd be a
Just
good
don't go on Twitter. Yeah, that's how
I
you do it.
delete
Wait,
your
but
Twitter.
wait-
Yeah, they can't serve me if I don't have it.
Yeah.
There's no like like I know statute of limitations, but like there's no statute of limitations on like if I don't get served for a year, you're not going to be able to try me. Like
So statute of
that
limitations
does sound
applies
like
to,
it makes sense.
right. Statute of limitations applies like when the filing date's what matters there. You have to file the case before the statute of limitations runs. There is a time limit, and that's going to be different by jurisdiction. There is a time limit that you have to serve somebody. And so, but like if there's several attempts and each one is like unsuccessful, and like quite literally, you have to go through multiple attempts before you can serve by publication. And then if you're unsuccessful multiple times, then you can serve by publication, put it in the newspaper. And then if they don't see it, then you go get a judgment, and then
But hold on. But when we're talking about a criminal case, like, could you get a judgment then, like a criminal case where?
Well, so for a criminal case, you don't need to serve somebody. You would just like put a warrant out for their arrest. You would file the charges and then put a warrant out, and then you would just pick them up on the warrant. So I'm assuming that he got not criminally sued. He must have been. I'll have to look into the specific details for Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, please do, because this is from the Arizona DA, and this is about the fake elector case. I don't know who would be sued, and people have gone to jail over like this. Like they've been going through the other defendants.
Yeah, it's the AG.
Yes, the AG. Yeah,
Okay, so it's the Attorney General. It's not the DA. So it's not criminal then. They're bringing something else.
Oh, then if it's not, but it's not civil.
It's civil.
It's going to have to be civil. No, this is not suit papers. This is indictment papers, apparently.
Indictment. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said before. It said indictment.
I thought you said suit papers.
Yeah. Yeah, and so like, is there a limit for?
Yeah, I think the charges include conspiracy.
Yeah. They're being charged. Yeah. So, is there a limit for like being indicted? Like basically, is that what you were trying to say? That like,
frankly, I don't know. I don't know for.
You don't get caught.
I don't know for sure the specifics here, but I don't believe Giuliani when he says that if they can't serve him in time, then they must dismiss the indictment. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay. All right. I'm not even sure if anyone of you guys saw that old show Reno 911. Anyone a fan of that? It's a good show. Basically, it's a satirical mockumentary of like cop shows, right? There's one where you got these two cops and like they see this like white guy in a parking lot, right? And they're trying to serve him papers, and he's like running around, like rolling over the car, and just like doing crazy shit. It's like hilarious, right? And he's like, I'm not serving, basically like this, right? And then like I think they like stun gun him or something, and then like drop it on his chest, something like that, right? And they were like, I really prefer serving black guys, right? Like as soon as you get up to them and you hand them papers, they're like, "Oh man, you got me." Anyway, I don't know. That was funny.
But I also like the irony of, okay, he says if they don't serve him by a certain amount of time, which were very close to, then they couldn't indict him. And then they're shocked that they went to his birthday party as if he easily would have been found in some other place. You can't
Exactly.
both like thumb your nose at them and say, haha, I'm running away. And then say, how dare they come to my party to serve me? Like they could have done a million other things, but instead they came to my birthday party. Well, no.
Yeah, they staked out his
only
house.
gave them one option. Yeah.
They staked out his house, and his birthday party was at a friend's house that was nearby, and they just like as soon as he was walking out of his 80th, they just like served him. It was like 2 hours after he sent that post on Twitter, right, mocking them, and then they're like, yeah, he's been served.
Yeah. And you see all the reports of the people at the party who were like crying and wailing and like rending their clothes and gnashing their teeth. Like it must have been hilarious.
Sycophants. If you look at the video, there's a video of him so this is, I guess, during the party, and it's like
the speech thing.
Yeah, he's giving a speech about like, I don't know how grateful he is to be 80 and still insane and alive. I don't know. Outlived all his enemies. But like, like he's surrounded by all these like women, right? These like young, attractive women. Like, who the who are these floozies, right? Like, I'm just who are these people? Does any one of them care
Fox
about
News
him?
Bonds.
Right? Yeah, but like, do any of these people actually care about like Rudy Giuliani? Does anyone like? He's not a person who endears himself. Like when you like actually meet this guy, from like all accounts, he's a horrible individual, right? And just I don't know. Go ahead.
Just I guess legal question for Lactoid. Is there anything legally stopping someone from being served by like a drone? Is that permissible?
I don't know. That's definitely a developing
If you're
area
dumb
of
enough
law.
to walk up to the drone and take the
yeah.
papers.
Well, no, but you can have like a drone like just planted outside of his.
I know
his
serving.
and, like,
I know serving is like super like broad. Like you can, somebody's on stage. I saw somebody walked up to the stage, threw the papers on the ground. You're served, right? You see somebody like you throw the papers at them. You're served, right? It's basically you just hunt them down and throw papers at them.
yeah,
I'm looking.
literally thinking like a drone just like hovering above your serve, dropping the papers.
Maybe. I'm honestly not
AI,
sure.
we're gonna start serving an AI on Meta.
Yeah, I don't think this has happened yet.
Game lobbies.
But to be honest with you, I'm still looking into the indictment in situation. I'm a little bit confused here, so I'll read more into it and hopefully get an answer. But I don't usually deal with indictments, so this is definitely and with most criminal cases, you don't wait to serve them. You charge them, issue a warrant, and then if you find them, you arrest them and bring them in for the warrant. That's what you're supposed to do. This is very odd.
But he's rich, right? And like,
That's true.
it's like, so my assumption simply was that like, as they usually do for the rich, they work with the first step is to work with their lawyers, right? Rather than like cuff them and perp walk them like for the rest of us. They go through their lawyers and they do it in the nicest possible way. They say, "Pretty please, will you come in?" So I don't know.
Remember, Trump said, "Don't worry about bumping their head against the door on the way into the car." Like,
just like but yeah, that was my question. So hopefully we'll hear a little bit more about that. I want to talk a little about that Middle East thing though, right? Because Saudi Arabia right now is going through like great pains to whitewash isn't I just use the word whitewash for now, but that's not quite the word for exactly how they're doing it, but they're definitely doing a PR push. They want you all to forget them in Dubai, right? Or they want you all to spend your rich American dollars, specifically Tiberius, right? Spend his fat American dollars there in Dubai, Saudi Arabia. And they have been like a bunch of advertisements, right? But more they've been doing sports washing specifically. So like Saudi Arabia has like got like a team, like their soccer team. It's insane, right? And the way they buy them or get the players is by paying them ridiculous amounts of money, like unbelievable amounts of money. I think one person was like, I think they offered $1 billion. Did they? Yeah, they offered one player $1 billion. I think is that the one who turned it down. There's one player who like got off like a ludicrous amount of money, but turned it down because he's like, I don't want to like help you with your terrible regime. There aren't many people like that though, right? They bought the PGA, right? At first they created their own golf tournament thing, called Live Golf, LIV Golf. And then that was a competitor to the PGA, and the PGA tried to like shut them out, right? Which was monopolistic, but fuck the Saudis, right? But then and they were very patriotic, the PGA, like the Saudis, like these are horrible people, like like the PGA has been here with America for decades, right? We're an American institution. But then the Saudis
own Chicago parking.
The Saudis
Chicago public parking, they own that.
A literal truckload of money off at the PGA, and they're like, "Oh no, they own us now. No, forget it. Like we're done." So now the Saudis own the PGA, right? And for my neck of the woods, they have they're going into esports, right? MBS Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, he is like putting together one. It's called what's it called? Not Royal 8. It's like Gamers 8. That's one tournament they put on like already, and that was pretty successful. But this year, I believe it's this year, they're putting on a tournament. I think like the prize pool is like $20 million, something like ludicrous like that. For like a bunch of different tournaments split between them, but like it's like a ludicrous amounts of money, and it's for like real time strategy games like StarCraft, and for I think shooters like Overwatch, team based stuff like that, and then fighting games. Just ludicrous amounts of money they're putting there, and all of this. Oh, and also there's the influencer marketing that they're doing. So the flyers that's you've seen like on Instagram, or whatever, right? With like these very beautiful people going to Dubai and to Saudi Arabia, talking about like how beautiful these places are, and like, oh, everything's changed, and look at us walking around, women, with our hair out and in mini skirts, right? Bro, you can do that, mispaid influencer. Not anyone else though. So yeah. So anyway, the point is that they are going through great pains to like put this PR push to whitewash their background, to get credit for doing things like allowing women to drive cars, right? Like, oh wow, like the the kingdom, Saudi Arabia, they allow women to drive cars. Here's the thing, right? That's true. It's true. They finally allowed to do that. But the women who like made that happen, right? There was a protest not too long ago. This was like 10 years ago. I still remember. There were a bunch of women who like broke the law in a protest movement to make this happen. Like they would like actively drive and film themselves, right? And they like put it on social media and all that. And then they got arrested. And eventually, like it was such bad press that the Saudis have relented and allow women to drive. But like the heads of that movement are like in jail right now being tortured. Like now, like today. Like today. Like for years they've been just tortured. But like that's not even covered in the press anymore. And anyway, so the thing that got me thinking about this is I watched a video about this rock band. It's like a death metal. Death metal? Yeah, I think it's like something around those lines. White people music. I don't know. But like it's like an all female it's an all female like a death metal band. And they were you could see them. They weren't like covered up, They had this interview, that previously before like I think it was 2018 or something along those lines, you couldn't do these things. It had to be underground for like these types of concerts, but now they can do it openly. And like their goal for this interview was to say that to young Saudis, hey, you can express yourself, right? It's free to do so, right? Like you can do that now. And I'm like, that's not the case. It's not the case, right? Like there's going to be a limit. Just like, remember those, well, this is Iran, so this is not Saudi Arabia, to be fair, right? But remember when that song by Pharrell came out, Happy? You remember this, right? He put out this song, and it was like a global sensation, and people were dancing to the song, like doing videos of themselves dancing, and there were these group of friends who were in Iran who did that, like were dancing, like, and they called it like Happy in Iran. They were all arrested, like for their expression. But not just, again, that's Iran, it's not Saudi Arabia. But the point is that like it seems like these government regimes, they're trying their best, right? Well, not their best, but they're trying to whitewash their themselves. But like they haven't stopped doing the awful things. But do you guys think that like if there's enough money thrown at this, that people will just forget, right? Like that image will change?
I mean, if
Probably.
everyone keeps acting accordingly, right? If the money gets thrown and all the people and all the citizens and civilians are drinking and driving and they're kind of doing, secular shit in this regime, I mean, they would have to change, right?
But they won't, because Islam's a threat. Islam's a major threat, so they won't allow that change to happen.
They're already allowing drinking, and they're already allowing and the Habibi come to Dubai is like the incentives to move to Dubai and spend your money in Dubai and have it be like this free, secular, liberal, almost progressive place, right? Yeah, they might not like the gays over there right now, but they do have free school and they do have free healthcare, and they do have like there's no crime in the neighborhood, so on and so forth. Sure, it's built off the back of slavery, but you know, like people are disregarding that because they're moving and they're getting their personal fucking their ideologies fitted in. So I mean, like,
the plates are spick and span because of all the slaves. But like,
yeah,
it's all
I
great.
wish hey, listen, hey, I at least brought it up, okay?
No, you
a lot
did.
of people
True.
won't bring it up, all right? A lot of people won't bring it up.
You.
I'm being fair.
There's a lot.
So wait, are you bringing up the pros to slavery right now? Is that what you're doing? All that?
No, don't do this.
Like we're buying and selling slavery. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not a fan of the Saudis, Habub.
Yeah.
So this was a question, you know, back in the day, like in the 80s and 90s, about whether or not we should engage economically with South Africa or whether we should boycott them, or whether we should engage economically with Cuba or continue the sanctions. And interestingly, like the Democrats were on one side of that issue for Cuba and the Republicans were on the other, and they flipped sides when it came to South Africa. It was really strange at the time to watch it. But it was still a question that isn't fully answered, which is, like the theory was, the argument against boycotting South Africa was that if we engage with them through capitalism, McDonald's will be able to, free the native black population in South Africa better than any political organization could. And also with Cuba, the argument was the same thing, that if we engaged with Cuba, ultimately capitalism would sort of like be impossible to stop, and Cuba would become a free country over time if we just stopped sanctioning them. And it's really hard to say what the counterfactual would be in either of those cases. But here, you could at least reasonably say that all of this economic interaction, all this bribery for perception that's happening, has very limited utility if real change doesn't actually happen. And at the same time, if that economic engagement continues, it will end up encouraging a lot of that change, right? So let's say employers go there, which is kind of what they want, international employment to go there. Those companies are then going to start to treat their employees in ways that meet international standards, not the local standards, and it's going to like create problems. It even happens here in the United States, where remember the bathroom legislation that was in a lot of southern states, and then the NBA came in and said we're not going to play our games here, and Hollywood films said we're not going to like shoot our movies here, and eventually the right started backing off, at least in a lot of the states, started backing off of that kind of legislation because they saw it was getting in the way of business. So there is something to the fact that part of what we're objecting to in those areas is that they don't have Western values on certain things. And at the same time, what they're asking for in terms of economics, with all this money flowing out, is they want some of that Western culture to come their way because they want the money. And I think it's really hard to divorce those two things, that we want your money, but we don't want your values.
Well, I want to say one thing with this real quick, with that you brought up the bathroom thing. I think it remains to be seen about the economics, because I have been recently, I've noticed a lot more gender neutral bathrooms lately. And I think it's actually going to be hurting these businesses economically. And I'm going to tell you why. And it's not for the reasons y'all are going to think. It's because men buy a lot of the drinks at these places, bars, for women, and buy the drinks. And what happens is men's bathrooms, there's no line. It's fast. If there is a line, you're in and out. I don't know about y'all, but if y'all have had to stand in line for a gender neutral bathroom lately, all these goddamn women taking 4 hours in the bathroom is bullshit. I don't want to have to share a bathroom with women. Y'all are over here. I can't go buy me a drink. By the time I get done buying a drink, going to the bathroom, and coming back, get a second drink, it's 2 hours I've lost my buzz. And they've lost probably $40 because I could have been buying shots the whole time. Instead, I'm over here in line for the gender neutral bathroom. See what y'all did? Y'all made it.
To the privilege, equality looks like oppression. Yes,
this is bullshit. It's bullshit.
So the human rights issue of our time for sure.
I'm saying.
What was the original
bathroom wait time?
The fuck was I gonna say? What was the original question right before this? Because I definitely had something to chime in on that.
Well, let me jump in. You remember? So he was talking about Cuba and South Africa, right? In the VDIs. And I think the counterfactual, it's not a perfect counterfactual, and I understand that, right? Would be China. Because that was the argument with China. That once again, McDonald's would free them from their bondage. Ronald McDonald puts in a lot of work, right? But like it's
by
like
the 21st century, they would be a democracy like us.
Yeah, exactly. So like there's undying faith in capitalism by like people like Lactoid. And they
was Nixon's expectation.
I'll defend this.
And they failed miserably because what happened was, the business of business is business, right? And what they'll do is to protect their profits in that marketplace. They just like went along with anything. There were moments of pushback, right? That happens, but then once their market is threatened, right? That totalitarian government says, "Hey, like knock it off," or we're throwing you out. They're like, "Oh, excuse me, we thought we pretended we had a spine for a second. Let's get rid of that." Yes, whatever you like. What was the party line? I will repeat it. Right? We have it's John Cena, right? The face of this. Made a big boo-boo, acknowledging Taiwan even a little bit, and then immediately, like the big tough guy, there's a persona that he's like the tough guy, right? They made him do a hostage video where he's like begging the CCP for forgiveness. So amazing, right? But that's what capitalists will do. Like for $1 more, capitalists will do that. Go ahead, Ty.
I was actually going to bring that up. Like a great conversation between like the economics versus the values is literally the NBA versus China. Maybe a hot take here, but it seems to me that the NBA is actually probably like the most like not super socially liberal, but like generally pro black issues, generally pro like diversity to at least some degree. And the moment China comes into the conversation, that goes into a screeching fucking reverse. And it has happened numerous times. I believe there was even an interview a few years back that got national news back in like 2019, where they're doing an interview in China. Somebody brings up something that's a little bit risque and they shut the interview down. And it was just like this huge abandonment of free speech because it's on American soil, but it was backed by a Chinese company.
Was it the coach? Are you talking about like the NBA coach?
I can't remember for sure. I'm thinking if I remember the video correctly, there was like 3 NBA players or that were at a it's just a fold up table and they're clearly doing an interview. They've got the NBA logo behind them, and then all of a sudden this guy like pops off about something. I don't know if he actually knew what he was talking about. But you have a guy just being like, no, come in, and just like shuts down the conversation. It's been 5 years, right? But I definitely remember this. What I do want to get into this the funner one is like the neoliberal model, which was the market liberalism of we're going to let China industrialize, and as they industrialize, they're going to see increasing standards of livings and basically an increased push for democracy in the same way that the Western Europeans did back during the Victorian era. Actually, that was happening until one thing changed: big data. I have said this many times on this panel and many others. A lot of that industrialization equals like liberal values is actually true. We have seen it across the planet. People get bigger paychecks. They start demanding political representation. What's new since particularly 2010 is that now that everybody has a cell phone, or anyone who has some kind of value gets one, a government that doesn't give a shit about free speech or what you say will happily pay you a beating the moment you start saying bad things about them. And China went from one of the most, actively pro moving to democracy conversations that we had all the way up until about 2012, and that conversation died within 3 years. And it was all because China could just come down on them really quickly and aggressively.
So I don't know the thing that you were talking about, but sure. It sounds like another incident in terms of the NBA. But the one I was talking about was the Houston Rockets general manager, and I'm reading it from reading from the article now. The Eastern Rockets general manager apologized on Sunday for a tweet expressing support for Hong Kong protesters that sparked a harsh backlash from China's official basketball association. He said, quote, "I did not intend my tweet to cause any offense to Rockets fans and friends of mine in China." Daryl Morey tweeted on Sunday, "I have had a lot of opportunities since that tweet to hear and consider other perspectives," meaning the CCP. Right? No, well, not even the CCP. Like the NBA came down on him, right? His bosses in the NBA came down and said, "Knock this shit off." Right? We don't give a fuck about these
especially because
this happened with LeBron James. This happened with LeBron James too because of Space Jam, and then you also had John Cena who full blown apologized in Mandarin.
Yeah,
I mean, Houston was a really bad place for him to do that in because one, I feel like I'm not 100% sure, but I think that Houston was the #1 team in China because of Yao Ming's influence for so many years, if I recall correctly. I think maybe there's been some shift since Jimmy Lin came in, but like I know that Houston's really big in China, so like I could see easily, even if it wasn't the NBA directly, Houston's own leadership being like, "Hey, you're costing us the bottom dollar," that kind of be a thing too as well.
So my example isn't a perfect example because, to be fair, right? Like, Cuba. I mean, an obvious. Cuba is not the as big of a market as China, right? Billion plus people, growing market of middle class customers. Like any company, right? It's been proven time and time again will do anything it can to tap into that market, right? So, like going back to what Ika was saying previously, with South Africa and Cuba, like it's much easier to convince them to sacrifice that market, right? Like I don't care how much you protest, GM, like General Motors, is not pulling out of China, right? At least not for you, right? GM is actually getting. It's funny because China.
But China's only buying EVs at this point, like going forward. So it's going to be really hard for them to compete.
Well, it's only they were making EVs. That was what I was just going to bring up, like as a side note here. For companies to work in China, right? Technology companies, they have to work with a sponsor company in China, right? So like it's like a Chinese version of them, and they have to do technology exchanges. Right, so GM has to get sponsored by some Chinese car companies. They do technology exchanges. Like, how does GM work? Okay, well, the technology exchange is done, and the Chinese have figured out how to do what we did, and now Chinese people are buying Chinese vehicles. So now GM is being forced out of that market. But my point is, before they were forced out, because like no one's buying their products anymore, like they wouldn't have left because you protested, right? They don't give a fuck. But Israel isn't that, right? Israel isn't that size. Cuba isn't that size, and South Africa isn't that size. So maybe that argument stands got a chance. I don't know.
Well, Saudi had some of those aspects, right? Because they're the head of OPEC. They have tremendous amount of power in the world. They still do, and so to that degree, they had some of that impunity that China has. Although there's a ticking clock on that, right? Like oil, like we produce enough oil in North America and Europe, like Norway, for instance, and then even Venezuela, produce enough oil to where as we pass peak oil demand, we're going to start to have options as to where we get our oil from, and we can rely less on Saudi Arabia. But at the moment, because Russia has exited that market, we sort of desperately need OPEC in the moment because we haven't hit that peak oil demand yet. Like EVs are still only starting to scale, and we just lost a ton of supply from Russia, and so that gives them some leverage right now that they know they're not going to have forever, and they're flexing their muscles right now because of it, because they know they're not going to be able to in 10 years.
Lactoid. What your thoughts as well? I think, but not everyone agrees with me. I think you're a preeminent capitalist, right?
We're socialists,
Yeah, some others have disagreements, but yeah. What do you think about this idea that capitalism, like a capitalist society interacting with a communist or totalitarian, whatever have you society will eventually lead to freedom, right? Because private markets will give people economic opportunities, would allow them to fight for social opportunities.
So, firstly, I've been doing research. I don't know what the fuck Rudy Giuliani's talking about when he says that if I don't answer an indictment, nothing will happen. Not only is there nothing in the Arizona statutes that indicate that, but like law firms all over Arizona are saying that's not the case. And I can't fathom that working anywhere. It's crazy. Rudy's talking out of his ass. Okay. What the fuck?
Shocker.
And
trolling.
the fact that he thought that would work makes me think less of him as a.
You know
as
what?
a
The
person.
fact that he put out the tweet proves that he was aware of the indictment, which is all that's really necessary, right? Isn't that the reason why?
No, you
can
got to
put
be
it on a
served
billboard or whatever.
No, you got to be served. But like with an indictment, first of all, there's no time limit here. If the charges are filed, they could keep that. They could put a warrant out until the day you die. Right? I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's crazy. So anyway, that was frustrating me because I'm going through. I'm like, where is this coming from? There's nothing. He pulled it out of his ass. Secondly,
well, in his case, there is sort of a clock running though, right? Because he's waiting for Trump to get reelected so he can get a pardon.
Well, sure. I guess, but that's not going to happen tonight, right?
But the pardon would help with state charges anyway. So maybe he's waiting for a new.
Yeah, that's right. It's Arizona. It's not even federal. It's Arizona. Yeah, it's bullshit.
This is
Carrie Lake can pardon him.
This is obliquely helpful to Trump because Trump didn't pay him, right? And this is more evidence to show that he got was it insubstantial counsel or what's that term for that?
Ineffective assistance of counsel.
Ineffective assistance of counsel because he was fucking insane. His brain is fucking melting. Like I'm saying anything. Okay.
I don't know and also just like I knew it was wrong, which is why I answered the question I did because there's no fucking way the government is cool with you dodging the warrant long enough. I guess it's too long now. You really got us good there, you dastardly devil. You got away for long enough. That's not the way the world works, right?
But he would have two shots. If he can make it wait long enough, he has two shots. He's got an incoming Republican AG, which would be next January, could drop the case. Or an incoming... I'm talking about the AG.
Arizona AG might drop it.
Okay.
Yeah, the AG of Arizona could drop the charges, or a Governor Carrie Lake could pardon him.
Okay.
Well, there's also option 3. He could just die because he's ancient.
Well, yeah.
He might be waiting on that.
That's true. You cannot prosecute dead people. That's very specific.
He hasn't made he hasn't because on another case, right, where the one where he lied against those two Philadelphia election workers, right? He got that massive judgment against like $140 million, right?
Yeah, it's a ridiculous judgment.
No, it is perfect judgment, beautiful judgment. Love that judgment. But anyway, he hasn't actually been complying with parts of it because he has to restructure his finances, start selling assets and stuff like that. He hasn't done any of that stuff. And people think he's just like running out the clock of his own life. And so like you can deal with his estate afterwards. But
he turns 80 next week.
I thought he turned 80.
You already turned 80, right? He had a birthday.
He had his birthday party.
That was his birthday party, but his actual.
He had his birthday party early.
Okay, fair.
This is another plan to throw off the feds.
Well, he had to have their birthday party early because he might not make it to his birthday.
He should have had his birthday party next week because then it would have delayed being served.
Yeah, it's so I don't know. I think there's no explanation for his legal theory. He just appears to assert it, and it doesn't make any sense. And I even looked into it, and
thoughts become reality, man. If you believe it, you will it hard enough, it will be true.
True. I mean, I agree with Aiko that there's somewhat of a timetable in like the political sense, but there's no legal reason why you don't serve. No, that just doesn't work. Anyway, capitalism based, of course. Is it helpful for pulling countries out of the quagmire of communism? Well, it depends. I think it really depends on the country. I know we were talking about the different sizes of countries, Cuba or Venezuela. I think that there are examples of countries that we can positively influence, but there needs to be a very clear one-sided influence game where we have complete domination over them, and we can. And so there's not like a alternative, indigenous alternative to what's essentially being implemented by us. I think the problem with China is they're big enough where they're the position where they can just take, and they don't necessarily need to change. I've often been a critic of trading with China. I think we're essentially selling them the bullets that they're going to use against us one day, and we have to, I think, take action, especially when it comes to China. Now, if we're talking about like Cuba, I could see lifting the embargo on Cuba. I actually don't agree with Trump's decision there. I think that was a bad decision.
Well, you know why we can't. Neither party can. Democrats can't. Republicans can't, because the Florida voters will vote against whoever does that, and Florida is a swing state, so you can't, or at least whatever.
It's not much of a swing state anymore.
It's a state that Republicans have to win, and if Trump came out for lifting the embargo, then he would lose Florida. So neither candidate is willing to do that.
I don't know.
Obama sort of experimented with doing that, and that's instantly when Democrats lost Florida, because it looked like he was taking the tentative steps to do it. And Obama won Florida twice, and then after he started doing that, Republicans they've been red ever since. So Trump doesn't want to repeat that mistake.
I don't think that's the swing issue. I think when it just comes to Florida in general, Florida is just being just completely swamped by Republican money. They know they can make gains there, and they are. The other side of that, though, is when it just comes to the votership, it's the one place they've been able to make any kind of like movement. Where anything else, the Democrats, I just believe that they can absolutely just nail this on the head, and they know they can't win Florida anymore. If they accept that, they go after other issues and other votes where they're losing the tails. I think that would actually shore them up. But that wouldn't
be the case if Trump decided to normalize relations with Cuba.
Oh yeah, Trump isn't going to do it. A Republican won't. But I think Democrats actually can open the door on this. I think that would be a miscalculation. They're not getting Florida back. Republicans will not let them, unless
if Democrats decide they're willing to give up the ghost on Florida and then pursue this policy because of that, I can see that logic. But it would just mean that's it for Florida, like forever. Florida's actually, the margins in Florida have gone down. Like, it's not unwinnable. I think Trump is going to win Florida, but I don't think it's going to be by the same margins that they did before. And part of that is the same things that are affecting all the other states, which is...
This isn't forever in Florida, though. This isn't forever. Because, like, the younger generation of Cuban Americans, like, don't have the same animosity to the island. Like, it's not, I mean, they might not like the communist regime there, but at the same time, they don't have like that fervent hate, like red hot hatred for the ones who actually got thrown out. And
that was in the discourse 10 years ago, which is why Obama did what he did. And then against that talking point, like the Cubans like mobilized and.
But so I'm saying though, it's not forever. I hear you, but it's not forever because that like. The demographic that actually cares among the Cuban American is within their prime voting age, meaning they're old, right? And so for now, and like they're the middle age to like elderly. For now, they're gonna have that block, right? I'm just like pushing back on the idea of forever because I think that eventually they're gonna age out. This might take a few more decades to do. But they're going to age out, and the generation afterwards, the one who aren't in their prime voting block age right now, there'll be a lot more ambivalent about that. So yeah, and at the same time,
you think so, Brian? Like, I don't know if I don't know if that's a true statement. Like,
I'll back him up on this.
Well, hold on. Before you do, think about it. Like, I don't know how many people I know that come from like other countries, and they're like, "Oh, I don't," and they're like, their kids, they're like the second gen or third gen, and they'll be like, "Oh, I remember Mama telling me all these stories about this regime," or "Oh, I remember Granddad telling me all these stories," and I don't want that happening here. And they stay voting, now, I wouldn't say they necessarily stay Republican or Democrat per se, but when it comes to like a one voter issue like Cuba would be for them, I think that they would stay with whatever party is not going to normalize relations with Cuba, because it's going to be like almost kind of like an ancestral thing where it's like, oh, they kicked us out of our homeland. I mean, just look at Palestine, Israel, right? Like how they're still having this kind of voting issue. Like the Palestinians, like, this is our homeland. They kicked us out. We're like third generation, fourth generation kind of thing from then. And I don't think that's such size. If anything, it's like mobilized more.
It's different.
All right,
different
I'll kick you on that last one.
Exactly the same.
To back you up, you both.
Exactly
maybe worse.
Yeah,
maybe worse.
Look, to back up you both.
1 for 1, Corey. 1 for 1.
Yeah, I would say because they're getting persecuted harder. If they're having to swim over here 90 miles to escape the Castro regime, then yeah, I would say yeah, it is the exact same. Where they're sitting here going, "Oh, it's so bad, and we hate this regime," that I don't think their kids are going to be like, "Yeah, you know what? It's going to be fine."
I'll actually back up Big Both on this one. The numbers indicate like it's -20, which means that like there is still a disfavor towards Cuba even among young Cuban Americans, but it's not nearly the degree that their parents are. Like sometimes you hit like at least the polls that I've hit is like -80 out of 100 on the polling index, and then like the younger the basically the second generation Cuban Americans are at like -20. So it's definitely defanged compared to what the older generation has, but there's still a general resentment there. The thing I'll definitely push back on with Arab Americans is most of them are still first generation. Like most of them are just had kids, and their kids may be 15 at this point. But you really didn't get the large immigration waves until the 2000s or later.
I want to tackle that, but first, Left.
Well, I just wanted to ask, I guess your position here, or I guess really anybody who defends Biden, which I know that you have qualms with him, but I'm putting you in that camp, Prime. Biden recently announced tariffs on China, despite the fact that he was heavily criticizing Trump for doing the exact same thing. In fact, you can go back and find the same tweets in which he's saying, "Hey, look, tariffs on China, you're just going to make goods in America more expensive." And then he put tariffs on China. I don't necessarily disagree with him putting tariffs on China. Like, again, prevent us from selling them the bullets that they're going to use against us. But it seems pretty fucking hypocritical, doesn't it? Seems pretty like, what the fuck is that all about, huh? Can anybody defend this? Can anybody?
I'll defend it. He woke the fuck up. Let's go.
Did he wake up, or is he like drifting more and more into his slumber as time goes on?
Actually, for real, number one is that it's a political divisive issue. Is that the Democrats, for their main political campaign for 24 is they're trying to reshore the unions, and this is like their number one fucking issue. So if they can compare, they're thinking if they can actually drive this home, they will win enough of the moderate vote that they will absolutely dominate the Republicans in 24. I think they're right on that one. Also, Biden is a social democrat, but he's also been like a pro-union guy forever. He was literally one of the guys that almost got kicked the fuck out back in the 80s because all the other Democrats were neo-libs who actually wanted to go with the Reagan model like Clinton. And Biden was usually on the outside of them most of the time. So I think he's actually just going back to his roots. But that's my take.
Well, yes, and he's coming back home for the Democratic Party too, because it's historically it's the Democrats who are for tariffs, and it's the Republicans who are for free trade. And it was really Clinton who changed that model among the Democrats, and then it was Trump who changed that model among Republicans. So that's where the shift is happening. With the shift started with Clinton and solidified with Trump, and now what Biden's trying to do is reclaim the mantle that Democrats have always had, which was that the unions don't want to compete with cheap foreign labor. And so they've always sort of like the only reason they flirted with Trump to begin with in 2016 was because Democrats would not leave that sort of neoliberal position. And now they have to a large degree. And that's why Biden is competitive in the Rust Belt at all.
Sorry, I couldn't concentrate on any of that because Tiberius called Biden a social democrat. Like what? Oh, yeah. Like I had to am I hallucinating into this? I had to look it up.
He's a communist, Tiberius. He's a communist. Get it right.
I am so
advocating the use of democratic means to achieve a gradual transition from capitalism to socialism. Do you think that describes Biden?
Okay, I don't know where you got that definition, and if that's what Google's saying, that is not what a social. Yeah, I was gonna say if that's what Google's saying, that's not what a social democrat is. Like social democrats are literally like FDR Democrats. They're the people who said, "Hey, look, we want to take, we want to take the general excesses that capitalism provides. We want to redistribute them to have a more equitable and prosperous society."
Social democracy. This is Wikipedia. Social democracy is a political and social and economic philosophy within socialism that supports political and economic democracy and supports a graduous, reformist, and democratic approach towards achieving socialism, usually under a social liberal framework. In practice, social democracy takes a form of socially managed welfare capitalism achieved with partial political ownership. partial public ownership, economic interventionism, and policies promoting social
This
equity.
is so fucking weird. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Norway. They're talking about Norway.
Yeah,
sounds like Joe Biden.
Yeah,
Democrats.
That's not Joe Biden.
Yeah.
From
I
the
get that.
Marxist
It's just
parties in
it's
the
fucking
early
wild.
20th
Just because like literally the early 2000s or sorry the late 90s early 2000s is literally seen as the wave of like the new left and like the social democrats, where you have literally these crew of like Clinton in the U.S., Tony Blair in the Britain.
Clinton is a neoliberal. What the fuck are you talking about? He's not a social democrat.
Hey, hold on. Just
Right.
to be fair, Prime,
Didn't he pass
hold on,
NAFTA?
Prime.
Tony Blair's
Yeah,
not
he
a
did.
social
And,
democrat.
to be fair, Ty also told me that he's a Republican, and then said he was a Teddy Roosevelt Republican.
I am a Teddy Roosevelt Republican,
Yeah.
but
so
you know
you're a
that's
Democrat. He's a progressive
Hey.
Democrat. Like, yeah, like that's
Best
not
candidate.
anyway.
Republican.
Like, okay, so
it doesn't
look,
count
along the
anymore.
the long and the short is this. I'll put it this way. I do not think that Biden is like super communist by any measure, and I don't know why the fuck Republicans actually go down with this.
By any measure.
Yeah, he's not socialist either. Because there's no
He's
such thing as
fascist.
socialism.
He's a
There's no
liberal.
there's no socialism.
Yeah,
there's no such thing as socialism in the USA. But anyway, outside of that though, like he's not super like duper capitalist either. He's not as far as he doesn't go as far as the neolibs, although he will play service to them because he's in the coalition. But yeah, he's definitely been more pro labor most of his life and his voting career by far compared to most mainstream Democrats.
That's not equal.
This man
social
hates
democrat.
capitalism. He's trying to force the chip companies to
I
put more
love
chips
this.
in their bags.
I love this.
It's
I'm between
crazy.
Prime and he's like, he's not left enough. And then I'm between Lactoid. He's not right enough.
They're
He's
trying to
so-
make the chip companies put more chips in the bag. How? I mean, what,
They fucking
how,
should.
how is this different than
As they
central planning, right?
should.
The Supreme Soviet has decided that every bag is 500 chips, no more, no less. And if you
Alright.
lower the amount of chips, then Biden's going to come down and it's ridiculous.
I shouldn't buy
No,
like
no, no,
be able to buy a
but
quarter
this is
bag
the-
of chips at full price.
You're
Okay,
trying to do, but you're trying to do the thing where it's like, oh well, he likes unions, right?
That's
He,
socialist.
and I question that, right? I have like questions about him and his union loyalty, but okay, let's just take that for granted. Let's just take it for granted, right?
Sure.
And he likes unions, right? And from there you went to social democrat. Like what? No, that's a big jump. You can say that he's a liberal, and,
Sure.
and within the liberal agenda, right? They at least play lip service to unions, right? And the liberal spirit, the liberal like the median liberal voter, right? Will like unions, sure, but like that's different from being a fucking socialist leftist.
Yeah, okay, so like the reason why I'm kind of blown away is not because I'm saying like Google is wrong, but it's just literally 10 years ago Google did not fucking say that, and political science never fucking said that. Like social democrats were seen as like
Hold on there.
The social democrats start with people like Rosa Luxemburg, who are like straight out Marxists, and they've just moderated over time. But that's where they've come from. If anything, they're more capitalist now than they ever were in the past.
They don't
Okay,
moderate.
okay, that's
they
fine.
Just
I don't-
power level over
Yeah,
time.
that's
that my
They're just
general
being more nefarious, insidious, and like snuck in, acting like they were doing these things.
But I
in
also think
order
Prime is sort of
create this
understating Biden's
tapeworms.
support of unions. Like it's been he's
Harris,
probably
I'll-
been
I'll
the,
let-
the
I'll-
most pro-union president.
I
since
said like
Look,
I'll
I'll-
take it for
yeah.
granted, but like I'll push back
Yeah.
on that.
And
some
unions
other
don't
time.
organize
I'll
crime
let-
anyway, so
I'll let
that-
you
it's
two
not
like
a-
argue about how left he is. I really don't give a shit. Well, my general point here is that like at least from the conversations I've had just with my peers in political science is that like social democrats are largely where ICA was going is like they've moderated the fuck out of it to where like the mainstream socialists say you guys aren't leftists anymore. You guys literally suck the cock of capitalism. You just want to take all the wealth that capitalism provides and just redistribute it. It's like you guys are sellouts. That's what they believe. And I agree with them actually. Like I like soc dems because even that's a bit of a lie. I will work with soc dems because while I do not agree with their social doctrine, their economic doctrine actually isn't too far from mine, and I can rework it for conservative or like right wing ends. I'm fine with that.
I like the look of that to his face.
I got a lot of questions.
I could want some your socialism, obviously.
This is going to be a me and Gibbs. This is going to be a me and Gibbs panel versus Tiberius. That's what this is going to turn into.
Let's
is- yeah,
fucking
yeah,
go.
This is why I
Let's
say he's not a
fucking go.
conservative Republican at all. He's definitely like a socialist. I mean, it's crazy.
It's coming there. I mean, before we know it, there's going to be a Bernie flag behind him. It's going to happen.
Look, I've gone far more to the right. I used to be a Bernie guy. I haven't been for years, right? remind you, I came out of leftism, hard leftism, right?
Tiberius, quote, I like the Social Democrats. Well, I don't really like them, but I can work with them.
Can I misspeak at all? Am I allowed to be human?
But you can work with them because their economic policy.
Okay,
their economic policy is not far from yours. Their economic policy. What is their economic policy? It's redistribution.
It is to a level of redistribution, which on a level I don't have a problem with, and most right-wingers don't either if they remember the tenets of being right-wing. But they don't fucking do that anymore because they have such a boner for like unregulated and unfettered capitalism, they'll literally sell the fucking ropes that we all hang with. We have literally sold out our entire middle class to free fucking trade, and guess what happened? We're all fucking poor. Yes, we did. We've had this conversation. I know you don't agree.
Yes, everybody thinks like, I think there's one universal rule of, and sure, maybe I'll do it sometimes too, but there's one universal rule of history, which is in general, over time, things have gotten better, but everybody says they've gotten worse, right? I mean, you look at the economic data and the like technological advances, we are way better off now than we were 10 years ago.
Don't disagree with that.
The people 10 years ago were better off than 10 years before that.
And if you want to go to a time before free trade, then you're talking about going back 100 years.
Like,
and who wants
I'll
to
go back to the imperial system? Like, let's.
I'd say
okay, so you are right wing, just like holy shit.
I will say it depends on your metrics, right? If you're just looking on GDP and like technological advancements, then yeah, then maybe. But like, there's a lot more to measure.
The middle class is dead compared to what it was.
Every single income.
What's the old Louis C.K. joke about only a white man would want a time machine? At least if you're going back in time.
Exactly.
Because there's no
I'm white. I'm not even arguing for one.
Black person would want to go to.
Look,
yeah.
I will totally simp for technological progress, and I will even simp for mass social progress. Like the people that are detractors from like this time being not more like advanced and actually like socially adept and conscious, absolutely is bullshit. Like these people act like we're like hyper reactionaries is nonsense. On the other side of that, though, I do think that a lot of the free market camp has absolutely sold us down the river in the fact that we consistently pass policies that completely eviscerate the middle class. We don't make shit anymore, and as much as it is an old-ass talking point, I really don't think economics works very well when you literally make all the other people build your shit for pennies on the dollar, which is basically slave labor anyway, and then just import it for free, and then all of a sudden those people who had jobs yesterday don't have them today, and then you're like, hey, why is the economy not fucking working? It's shocking.
What are your thoughts?
Get good. Like that's what the problem is. It sounds like a skill issue.
So
all these people.
That's fine. All right, cool. Gibbs, I'll actually
industry. Like, I mean, sorry, I've worked for several industries where like I got fired, time to switch jobs. Like, I mean, that's just tough tits. That's nice.
Just grind like you do on Dark
Souls. Yeah, like grind.
Hey, no, look, okay, fine. Call it what it is. If you want to say it, it's a skill issue. Fine. I am perfectly willing to work with a shitload of former middle-class people who you think have a skill issue to tear your ass down. Because if you just want to say they ain't fucking good enough when these are the people who literally held the system up for 60 fucking years and just be like, nah, well, you just didn't do good enough, I hope they fucking eviscerate you. I hope they splatter your blood all over the fucking street. And I have no problem with that.
Yeah, and it's the majority.
So I posted a couple stats. Consistently, real income has been going up, right? Across every income quintile, overall spending power has been going up over time. Your average American is much better off than they were. The middle class is much better off than it was. I don't know. Like again, everybody says like, you know, the sky is falling, the middle class is being destroyed. And first of all, I never like understood this, like the appeal to the middle class, because like, why would you, if you're talking about suffering, why would you appeal to the middle class instead of the poor? That was always like
because the middle class is a larger,
because they're a big voting demographic. That's what it is.
Because everyone wants to think that they're middle class, right? So even working class individuals will identify themselves as middle class, like staunchly working class individuals, and like they want to be aspirational. So people don't want to be, and they don't want to look like they're being like getting a handout, right? So like when you're saying you're going to like work hard for the middle class, it doesn't sound like you're giving things out to the poor who are the undeserving. And I'm not undeserving, even though I'm definitely working class, you know.
I mean, part of it's probably like feeling good about yourself. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that at least people who perceive themselves as the like middle class are a large voting demographic. I think that's a big part of it as well. You're trying to appeal to a voting demographic. They're more politically engaged as well. But again, even them, like they're doing fine. Home ownership rates. Everyone's talking about how expensive homes are. Home costs have gone up, but home ownership rates have not substantially declined. In what world is like, yes, inflation's bad, and there's problems. There's specific policies and problems that are because of that we have to tackle and we got to defeat as we go forward. But it's not like we're really worse off than we were back during FDR.
I want
There's
to
just
push
more
back
people,
against
so homes are going to be owned. Yeah, there are more people, so home ownership is going to kind of steady out. But have you like
He's
tried
talking about
to
the rate.
get
The rate.
have you tried to get like a rental in this fucking country? You got to make 3, 4, 5x sometimes what the asking rate for rent is, and I think the average rent cost around me right now is like $1,100, $1,200. And yeah, people that are working regular jobs or not that don't have like high degrees, that aren't lawyers, they're barely able to afford these. They can't even get into the apartment. So like I keep hearing that of all this from the Economist. So this is the best time in America. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I mean, how come everyone's so broke, and how come no one can afford anything?
Well, the airports are full.
Everybody's not broke. What it is people are very, because there's victimhood. I think is rewarded in America. People want to see themselves as though they are suffering more than people in the 50s were. But the reality is that your average run of the mill person in the 50s was worse off than your average run of the mill person today, comparatively.
I'm not comparing to the 50s, but hold on.
Or the 60s or the 70s or the 80s.
But they're not having an easy time now. So non-comparable or not, you have a lot of people that are broke. You have more people now than you did in the 50s, and you have these prices being so exuberant. So it's like, I'm not even trying to compare to back in the 50s, but people aren't doing okay now. And just to say that they are because the economists are saying that they are, but the people aren't.
Well, it's not just the because the economists are saying it. When you look at like the price of a basket of goods, and you look at the spending power that people have, and you look at the price of food compared to where it was as a percentage of your income, when you look at the price of luxury goods, when you look at the price of entertainment, when you look at the price of all this, yes, one specific thing may have gone up pretty significantly, and with inflation, prices have increased. I don't disagree, but compared to where we were, like in the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s, even, we're just so much better off.
I can do 7 years ago. I used to go to a music festival. I still do. Originating cost for that music festival was about $250 for the weekend. Now the cost for the festival is about $700 for just the ticket. You buy a $50 or $200 parking pass. It's become an $800 ticket. $100 7 years ago at the grocery store would get me a lot more. You go to buy a bag of chips now. Them bitches are $4.
Yeah,
and they have less chips in them, which is apparently the fucking world-ending thing. I agree with you. Biden inflation's real, but 7 years is not like I think, reasonable time horizon when we're looking at the overall cyclical nature of the U.S. economy.
Well, I'm just saying that people. If people weren't doing great back then, they're probably not doing any better now. So I mean, the argument that you're saying that people are doing okay now is what I'm arguing against, not so much the comparison of time.
I would agree with kind of what Ollie's saying here a little bit and push back kind of against what you're saying, Lactoid. And I think you might actually agree with this pushback a little bit. But I do agree with your 7 years thing is not long enough. But this is kind of the same argument that the Biden economists use, saying, look at all the jobs we've created, when it's really everybody having to work 3 jobs to make up for the terrible economy because nobody.
No. It was more dishonest than that. They were claiming the jobs that came back after the restrictions on the pandemic ended. They're claiming those jobs. Yeah, right. It's complete horseshit.
Yeah. Right, yeah. That's my point. It's total bullshit by a lot of different metrics. And then they're saying things like, oh, housing's doing so good, when anybody that knows the housing market at all knows that it is in shambles, right? Like, I mean, like we're looking at things, I think there are some things where you can look back and see that there's a big difference. Like the percentage of ownership of homes, right? That's a big one, right? Like people can't afford to buy homes. Like you're seeing credit, like the credit scores are just doing terrible. Like there's some other economic indicators that are indicating that people really are struggling. But I think that where you and I agree is the root cause. The root cause is not whatever these things. It's much different than what Tiberius is saying. It's because of Biden and these social democrats and socialist programs that are acting that are making times harder for the average American instead of actually helping them. That's the real problem.
So in quarter one of 2024, the home ownership rate in the U.S. was 65.6%. This is in 1982.
Does that consider banks? Does that consider banks owning these homes? Like banks are buying out homes? And
no, this is percentage. This is the percentage of households that are owner occupied. So the home ownership rate is the portion of households that are owner occupied. Okay. In 1982, it was 64.9%. In first quarter of 2024, we're 65.6%. A higher percent of households own their home.
So
isn't that because there's more people, and so
No, no,
therefore
no, no,
no, it's right.
It's still
It's
a
right.
rate.
Yeah. So
Oh.
no, the thing that I want to ask, I've been bouncing around this,
Mhm.
is like break that down generationally, right? So like we have
Millennials are down -3.
Sorry, what?
We're down. We're below 3 points compared to where our parents were at this point.
Yeah, exactly. So this isn't evenly distributed across generations. So my understanding is that like for millennials especially, because millennials graduated right into the Great Recession, and then Zoomers like right into like the pandemic, but like but Zoomers are still a bit early for like a lot of home ownership. But still, anyway, Trey, that for them, their economic prospects are worse. So that's why I wanted to compare that. It's like if we're talking about the older Americans, I think a lot of them are fine, which is why they don't understand like why millennials and Zoomers are complaining. They don't get it, right? Because everything's working out for them. There's been a shift, a lot of money to those who already had money in the first place, right? So like the rising house prices that benefits people who already have houses, right? Like more money has been going in that direction. So my understanding, it's more of a generational thing. So if you look at the overall health of the economy, right, just like what Biden will do, just like what any president will do, right, they'll like talk about the overall health of the economy. But if you break it down to sectors, right, you'll see a discontent. You see that discontent. People are expressing that in many different fashions. But like uh, that seems to be real, right? That seems to be coming from somewhere. That there's a reason why we're having these deaths of despair. So yeah, I'll just leave it there for now.
Millennials also includes
wanna-
Gen X too, so it's not just the people who
Millennials
finished up
don't
in like.
include Gen X.
Hmm?
No, they don't. Yeah.
Gen
I thought
X
the
and millennials
millennials
are
was
different.
Gen X,
No.
Gen Y, Gen Z. Okay.
No,
never mind.
it's
No, millennials
yeah.
is Gen Y, not Gen X.
Yeah. Gen X, Gen Y, millennial, and then Gen Z, Zoomers.
All right. I brought some old data, and I apologize. I have just not had time to remotely go into the U.S. Census Bureau and actually like pull this data again and update it. The general three things that we've noticed is that while people are generally seeing an increase in their incomes across the board, we can get in the data if we need to. The long and the short here is that the ratio of return for particularly the top two quintiles, and this is just the richest people in the country, the top X%, and then also like the topper end of the middle class, they're doing great. If you're a fucking lawyer in this country, you are on the gravy train unless you suck. If you are if you are a capital owner in this country, you are really doing well because either one, to the point that was raised earlier, you had a house in 1980, and even if you paid 20% interest for it, which I will sympathize for a little bit, the reality is that we've had over 200% asset growth in inflation for the last 40 fucking years, which means that if you had a house, it's now 3 times worth what you bought it for. So number one, that's a problem because that is one of the primary things that while the left bitches about it, it's kind of true. The wealth distribution in the country is so fucked up that the pyramid is actually becoming unstable. And I will actually start.
You're right that the distribution has gotten more top heavy. That's inarguable.
Yes, income has gotten bad. Wealth is gone. Like if you are part of the bottom 40% in this country, you have no wealth.
But
no, granted,
before you respond to that, Lacto, what you're gonna say before, you want to agree, and then you'll talk.
Well, no, I was going to agree that like income inequality has indeed gone up, but again, every single quintile of income is wealthier in terms of like inflation adjusted dollars than they were, going back over the past decades. And I also, not only has home ownership rate gone up, which is potentially a little bit misleading because it's looking at like when you're looking at homes, what percentage of them are owner occupied, which has gone up. But I was also able to find a breakdown, at least between 1994 and 2015, of home ownership over time, and it's going up. And by race, it's going up. With exception for Black people whose ownership rate has not gone up or gone down. It's exactly 0%. between
That's-
1995
But I'm asking for
and
generation.
Hold on,
2015.
that's
not
an
like by
interesting point
race.
that you make. When hold on, but that
Well, the
is
10%
interesting,
for Hispanics.
factored in when you factor in the race, though, this is interesting because which party has been the ones that have been the advocating policies that are supposed to be bettering the lives of African Americans? For well, it's been the Democrats lately, right? And so for a while, and they've been implementing these policies that Tiberius has been advocating for, saying, "Oh, these people have been left behind. We
Which
need
policy
to do
is
these."
this?
These are the policies that you were advocating for earlier when
Which
you were saying,
ones?
let me finish and I'll tell you.
Mm.
When they were sitting here, you were saying all these middle class people have been left out. They've lost these things, all these social policies, the social democratic economic policies. That's all come from the Democrats for decades and decades now. And Lactoid brought up a good point just now, which is that black ownership, home ownership, has not increased. And we see poverty rates across these other minority communities.
But it's not
all across
fallen.
the board. Yeah, it's not. Well, it's not increased, and that's the whole goal. Is that supposedly all these people need to have their stuff increased, and the policies that social democrats are pushing forward are just not
Hold on.
done.
So here's the problem with this. Again, everybody always thinks things are getting worse, but in reality, they're getting better. Hispanics and Latinos, more than 10% increase in home ownership rates. Among Asian Americans, almost 10%.
That doesn't answer the
9.35.
question. So I looked for it myself. So we can see that there's a decrease within generational rates. It doesn't give you exact numbers. It's just a graph. But like there's a line that shows boomers and then Gen X and then millennials. And it does it like by age, like by this age, in your life, like home ownership rates. It's not like a huge disparity. But there is a disparity in that like millennials have significantly less. Maybe like 10%. It's hard to tell because it does. I have to look deeper into this to see the exact numbers. But there's a disparity between like the boomers and millennials, and the Gen Zs are too young really to measure at this point. But and then also I think would be interesting is not just looking at home ownership, but like how leveraged you are in your house, right? Like you may have gotten that house, but like was it a much bigger loan? One that you'll have a chance to pay over over your lifetime. So I think that might be pretty interesting as well. But I think we should start looking at beyond that. I think we should look at other factors into as well, like in terms of happiness. That's what I was trying to get to, is that like there are other factors like I didn't just income, but you guys can say things first.
I don't know. I think that when you look at real income consistently going up over time, when we look at the home ownership rate, and there's at the very least not this massive crash, all the indicators appear that things are steadily improving over time, albeit slowly. And yes, housing is being particularly expensive right now due to inflation and due to the construction pause that we had during the pandemic and that disruption that came from that. I understand that we can look at these blips and we can say that the world is falling, but I just don't see it. I think that this idea of the middle class being killed is a myth. I think that a lot of people, just not accusing anybody here of doing this, but I think a lot of people really want to be victims because there's power in being a victim, right? Because if you're a victim, then you're entitled to something. Then you can argue for something. Then you can go to Congress and say, you got to help me with this problem. And it's got to be a problem, otherwise they're not going to care. So there's a trend of catastrophizing the current issue and ignoring the progress that we've made.
I'm writing some notes. Give me just a second, or if someone wants to go, please.
So here's bullet points from the article that I was reading, right? So it says Gen Zers are tracking ahead of their parents' home ownership rate. 30% of 25-year-olds owned their home in 2022, higher than the 27% rate of Gen Xers, because they're the parents of Gen Zers, when they were the same age. But the Gen Zers who didn't take advantage of the pandemic era's low mortgage rates could be left behind. Millennials are tracking behind their parents, which would be the baby boomers. 62% of 40-year-old owned their home in 2022, lower than the 69% rate for baby boomers at the same age. Okay. Millennials buy more homes than other generations, with 25 to 44-year-olds buying roughly 60% of homes that sold over the last several years. And this was 2023 when this article was written. Those mortgage millennials, they put in quotes, have an edge over millennials who missed out on buying before rates shot up. That's definitely true. Oh boy. Gen Z home buyers are most common in affordable parts of the country like Virginia Beach, where they bought 9% of homes. So in 2022, millennial buyers are most prevalent in job centers like Seattle, where they bought more than 40% of homes sold. So those are the bullet points from that. And I'll put the link in our chat so you guys can take a look.
Yeah, nothing you read seems like it's a catastrophe. In fact, it seems like millennials are doing better than Gen Xers. I understand the boomers have some. I understand the boomers may have had a little bit of edge on like home prices specifically, but look at the other basket of goods.
What happens when those boomers die?
Like their kids get the house.
They own all these houses, right? They own all this property that we're complaining about that they own it all, so that therefore the millennials don't. But then when they start dying, what's going to happen to that property?
The great transfer.
Yeah,
it should be
they
the
still have
we're
any-
going to start complaining
No.
that the millennials have everything and that generation after them doesn't.
I hope you're right, but here's the problem: the average person to retire needs an estimated $650,000, and the average retirement savings and wealth that people have is $150,000. And what we're consistently seeing out of these elder boomers who are dying is they have absolutely fucking nothing to pass to their kids, even with Social Security checks, because their estates have to get liquidated. Because this is the most indebted generation in history. How do you think they got all these things?
So that contradicts the talking point earlier that it's the boomers that have all of these assets. Now you're saying the boomers don't have these assets.
They have the
and therefore
assets.
there's
The problem
nothing
is
to
they
inherit.
leverage the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So then it's not the millennials that are in trouble, right? It's the boomers who are in trouble.
No, because they can die and they can
Well,
pass on
they're
their
going to
bill.
die, and then
Well, they don't pass on their debt. They just,
And then the houses go for sale, and the market, like everything gets cheaper. Like
That's the part I'm hoping for. And
or banks have been wisely buying these houses and putting mortgage
coming.
companies to rent them out to people. They want renters because they can make more money off owning the house.
I'll talk corporo another day because there's another conversation to be had there, and it definitely needs to be had. On the other side of this is like as dark as it is, I had some real high hopes for COVID after I figured out that a bunch of people weren't going to get the vaccine. Surely in the fact that one, I have a massive grudging hate towards the boomers, but as a whole, I wanted to see where the actual math came out, because were they the generation that actually could talk down and talk shit to the millennials and actually back it up? Well, so far it looks like they don't, because every time that they have their assets get liquidated as part of a inheritance, they don't have much to pass along anymore. And the general thing that we keep finding out, at least in the data that I've seen,
all the data I've seen shows that we're gonna, like, whenever they die, it's gonna be the greatest transfer of wealth in history.
And yet they've been dying for the last 5 years, and that conversation is not moving at all.
So according to Merrill Lynch, it's actually, they call it the great transfer. There's $4 trillion that's going to be inherited.
Yeah, so your math's not adding up.
In cash or in assets, because if they have loans on these assets that they never pay off, and they don't really own the home, they have a deed to the house, but how many of them own their homes
if
outright?
the
How many
asset's
of them-
leveraged, then it doesn't count as an asset.
How many of them
because
have a
it's
second
canceled out by the
mortgage?
debt. Like if you have a house
Refinance,
and you have an equal amount of debt that's leveraged against the house, then that's not an asset. That's
So
an asset.
I also misstated. $84 trillion in assets is set to change hands over the next 20 years, according to.
And that's if it's
Ruler's
still
Associates.
there, which is one of the big things we keep finding is these guys get old. You know, they get to 70, they get to 80. Hell, some of them get to 90.
Well,
and
the
who pays
article
for their
addresses
healthcare?
this. The article addresses this because it says, and the expectation is that 72
Hopefully they
trillion
do.
will actually be inherited.
Yeah, I mean, well, wait. Who pays for the healthcare? Hopefully they pay for it. You know, that's what,
They do, and by the time that they're done, they have nothing left.
They have Medicare.
This is what-
Well, that's tough
They
too.
don't
It's
pay
not
for it
enough.
longer.
It's never been enough. Ask
Hold
anyone
on.
who has Medicare how happy they are with Medicare.
Hold on. You said
Medicare is incredibly good insurance.
Yeah.
No, this is hold on. This is all
Everyone I
very.
know is very happy with Medicare.
Hold on. This is all
Okay.
very entitled first world problem.
Medicaid, on the other hand, not so great.
Like, no, but hold on. The whole concept you just said, oh, they need $600,000 to retire. Well, don't retire then, dumbass. Keep working. I'm sorry that you want to sit here and have like your.
I'm gonna be working on the factory line at 75. Let's fucking go. God damn it, Gibbs, I hate you.
No, really, though, what is this entitled pussy bullshit that everybody's just guaranteed 20 years to
Look.
gallivant around the world and jack off into the Grand Canyon?
I wish that were the case. I wish it would. No, look. I wish that were the case. I wish that retirement was something that was actually nice to humans. It's fucking not. Most people wouldn't retire if they could fucking help it. The reality is people have to retire because after about 60 to 65, your body goes to fucking shit. You know, my knees don't fucking work right, and I'm 32.
I went to Whataburger yesterday, and there was an old lady working the drive-thru, another old lady walking around handing out condiments. Sorry, guess what? We have wheelchairs now. You can roll around, and you can do plenty of work. Guess what? We have a lot of tech jobs working from home. I am not sympathizing with any of this bitch-assness that you're describing.
Hold on.
Gibbs, I will make you a deal. I am perfectly willing to support shipping the 70-year-olds back into the workforce if we get rid of Social Security, because they don't fucking deserve it anyway.
Yeah, we should just get rid of all the social welfare programs. I agree.
So
I will go
especially Social Security. Even by the way, even if you want care about paternalistically managing somebody's assets for them, there are so many better ways to do it than Social Security. A pay-go system is complete shit. If you want to be big government and you want to help old people, do something like what Singapore does, where you just mandate that people put money in a mandatory 401k or something. They'll earn more money. They'll earn much more money than Social Security.
Let's go.
That's awful.
Oh, and if they die early, they actually can pass it off their kids.
That's awful.
That's true too.
Before we
did try that during the Bush administration. He was proposed to send a little bit of Social Security to 401k, and then right as he was proposing that, right as they were about to pull the trigger, there was a crash.
Yeah,
and everyone got scared.
And then later on, we had the Great Recession, because this is an awful idea. Because then
it's a great idea. Norway does it. It's amazing.
This
did not cause the Great Recession.
I'm not against it. I'm not against it, but I'm just saying you have to know. I'm not against it. I'm just saying you have to understand that when you have these individual swings, a big question comes up. And the one big question is, if it's poorly invested by the government, who's responsible for what gets lost? That's the only thing. If you could insure it in some way so that if the investments end up not paying off, and then the government has to make up that shortfall with something else. If you truly have faith that this 401k system that you're talking about will outperform what Social Security can do, and honestly, I think it would outperform it over time. If you look at the S&P 500, it outperforms every time. Then you should be willing to insure it just in case it doesn't.
No, but why would I want to invest?
Even government bonds outperform Social Security on
of course. Social Security is a net loss. Yeah.
But hold on, if I had every tax dollar that went towards Social Security, or even this proposed plan that y'all are talking about now with this private investment, why the fuck would I want to do that? Why can't I just invest my own money? How are you going to tell me the government knows?
I want you to.
What I need to do? Yeah, I should, because I've done pretty well so far. At least it would be on me if I failed, instead of, oh God, the government failed. Now you want tax dollars to insure it, and you want tax dollars for them to invest it. This is crazy.
Before I jump back into this and get a fucking headache dealing with you, right? Especially lactoid. So I found this article talking about the average mortgage debt by generation. Now, this isn't as good as the other article I just sent to you guys, because it doesn't have that longitudinal comparison of the ages, right? So how are we doing compared to the boomers in the past? So I put that out there. But it says average mortgage debt by generation: Gen Z, $192,276. Gen Y, millennials, $255,527. Gen X, the most, $259,100. And boomers, $198,203. Silent generation, $163,254. U.S. average, $229,242. So
what year is this for?
This is 2021. I'll put the link in the chat for you. But I think this arc. So Gen Z having the least, and then it going up from that. It seems to make sense, right? Where Gen X currently is in the ages, right? That they would have actually, or maybe not. I don't know. Would it make sense for the younger generation to have more mortgage debt because they would,
they haven't been paying it off
starting? Yeah, because they just be starting one with the other. Yeah, right. Yeah. So why wouldn't Gen X have less mortgage debt?
They're waiting. There might be a reason. There might be a reason for that. It's because they're waiting longer to buy their homes. Would be the explanation I would have. They're buying them at later points in life.
Yeah, you could take a look. I put the link in our group TM, but yeah, I'm unsure as to why that's the case. Gen Xers are, it says in a later paragraph, are likely to simultaneously be paying for college for their kids and paying for their own student loans while making mortgage payments, perhaps even on a vacation home, and possibly also helping their parents make ends meet as they get older. What's more, Gen X has constituted the largest share of new vehicle buyers during the spike in demand for cars over the past 18 months, and when this is from 2021, or so Experian noted recently. Members of Gen X are 41 to 56 years old now. That means they're at peak earning years for a standard career. Even so, it's understandable why they'd have more debt than other generations. So okay, so this article seems to think it makes sense. Um, but I don't know why their mortgage payment specifically is.
If it isn't the consequences of their own decisions.
Well, it's because I would think that people, the Gen Z is younger, right? So the ones that are buying their houses are probably much more wealthy, right? That are going to be buying their houses because it's a smaller portion of it, because everybody else is still waiting. So they probably have lower mortgages because it's it's like the upper crust of the Gen Z that's able to buy a house at this point.
So retirement, back to the other thing that we're talking about. Retirement is supposed to be a three-legged stool, right? One was supposed to be Social Security. The other was supposed to be savings, and the final one was pensions. Right, those are the three-legged stools of retirement. Pensions are gone, unfortunately. They're gone. People don't have savings, as someone was alluding to previously. They just aren't. So many people aren't able to afford like a $400 like emergency. So all we have left is Social Security. And if all you have left is Social Security, you can talk about, well, that's inadequate. Well, sure, fair enough. But it was never meant to be like the end all be all. We're supposed to have more. And so
no. It would. Sorry, please finish. I want to hit this really hard.
Oh, okay, hit it hard now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the three stools. Pensions, true, absolutely, they're gone, and they were actually kind of supposed to be there for retirement. Here's the big problem with pensions and Social Security. Most people were never supposed to get them at all. Remind you that when these systems were instituted, the average time that you would get these is 65 and older. You would at least get your retirement after you stopped, but that's if you retired. The majority of people literally worked till they died because the average mortality was 60 when most of these things came into effect. We didn't actually see until about the 1960s, 70s, and 80s when people started living in their 70s and 80s routinely that this became a problem because no one actually figured on paying Social Security. No one actually figured on paying most of the pensions. And when people When people started to do so, that's why the pensions went away in the 80s. No one could afford it. When Social Security started to have that conversation, we knew it was a problem even back then. It's even in the newsreels if you guys want to go look that up, but we did fucking nothing about it. And now we've been left hanging in the bag. Social Security will go to default, I believe, sometime in the next 15 years. But there's a whole conversation about what we need to do with it.
Yeah, well, the only reason that would happen is if we actually don't take actions to refill the fund, right? Like you have to raise the cap on taxable income for Social Security. You have to I don't know. We could just like invest directly into fund. We can do all kinds of things to save the fund. I hate this idea that's been pushed by the media, especially by Republicans, is that it's inevitable that it won't be there for you, and since it won't be there for you, younger generations, there's no reason for you to fight for it. No, absolutely, we can have it. There's a political choice as to when this runs out. So like, let's just make those choices.
Sure, I don't even disagree with that part. Like we can do almost anything. We are the superpower, but we will take an opportunity cost for it. I'm not a big fan of Social Security because I'm with Litoid on this one. We could literally do almost anything better. We literally did take the worst road possible. If we want to do the sovereign wealth fund like Norway does, except we take retirement money instead of oil fund money, let's fucking go. It's a win-win to me. We get capitalism and we actually get insurance for people who are old. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, my problem is like with 401ks, it depends on when you retire, right? Like if there is an economic downturn, when you retire, that's going to be a problem.
Right. It's a risk, but no, you're not wrong. So there's a risk benefit analysis here, right? If you're doing, depending on which one, if you're doing like the 401k ESOP thing that I've advocated for a lot, if you hit that at the wrong time, right? you can get fucked. And I'm not going to act like you can't, because there's some people who
You
tried to
don't get as
retire
fucked
back
as
in
you think.
2008 and you lost
That's where
40%
the
of your
insurance
value.
should come in. There should
If
be
you
some like mechanism by the government where they say if that happens to you, like in one of those downturns, then the federal government makes up the difference. Or you have a
Why?
choice.
That's-
You can
But why?
either have
Why?
Hold on a
what
second.
Social Security would give you, or you can have the 401k like you choose and whatever. I think most people would benefit from the 401k, even with economic downturns periodically, if you measure it like from since you first came in. But if for whatever reason it doesn't, then you can take the Social Security payout.
So let me split this real quick. So 401k is the more risky towards the opposite end. If you want to do IRAs, 401ks, ESOPs, don't give a shit. The best part about this, and this is the trade-off, is that if you were to die early, which is there are many of us that do, my uncle died at 67 last year, is that you can pass off all of that to your kids, where Social Security will pass on nothing to them. So you can draw the 90 and get all kinds of money out of Social Security, or you could die early and not get a dime out of it. So there's that trade-off. The middle of the road is the sovereign wealth fund kind of idea that the Norwegians did, which is you have Social Security, but the funding mechanism is different. Not only are you taking money from the payers, that is the part of the payroll tax, but you're putting it into the economic system to actually process investments. And this is why they make a shitload of money. That system in Norway pays for itself now. They don't even have to put money into it. They do, because it gets them even more fucking money. And that's kind of the general trade-off. Is like, at least we will have more money. It will be solvent, and it will still be there for me.
So guys, to be clear, and I didn't get to say this, but like I don't really care what path we take as long as it is like most beneficial for more people. The thing that I'm really concerned about is simply investment, right? Like the way that the Republicans treat Social Security, I think is indicative of like what they would do to any other fund, right? Like I don't. First of all, I don't, and the idea of putting retirement in the hands of Wall Street, that sounds disastrous. Don't want to do that, right? I wouldn't want to put it directly. Like maybe if the government's investing it, right? This, like we were talking about the sovereign wealth fund, this might be different. But no way should retirement be in the hands of Wall Street. That's utterly disastrous idea. But I don't care necessarily what path we go unless we put things in private hands. But I generally don't care. So I understand that there could be other paths, maybe more effective, right? Just because we grew up with the idea of Social Security doesn't mean that it's necessarily the most effective thing. So I hear you guys on that. But it's just that it's the overall attitude for investment within the public sector. If we don't have an attitude that we're going to invest, that this is a good that we should have in the first place, then whatever we do come up with is just going to be inadequate.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that real quick. Why is that? Why is this a good? Why is this something the government should be doing in the first place? Like, why? I hear y'all's argument saying, "Oh, we can fix this. We can." Why do we want to fix it? Why don't we just want to abolish it? And I can keep the 6.8 to 12.4% of the tax dollars that the average American can keep. Those tax dollars that would go to it in their own pocket to invest in how they choose to. So, what is the moral justification on why we should be doing that?
Because we don't want people to be destitute. Because
that's not my problem.
I know, yeah. But I'm giving
they chose that, didn't they?
I'm giving that, yeah. Exactly. Right. Yeah, you're monsters. No, it's fine. I like if you care about others, right? And this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, so you guys are just like
I care about others more. I want them to have I care about
exactly
others more.
The meme for me.
We want them to have the freedom to spend their money how they choose.
We don't no, because we want people to we want to increase human flourishment. Right, we want to keep people within this country happy, and we want to protect them from economic shocks, even if you don't care about them. Protect them from economic shocks that will affect others. Right, so you can say, well, this individual failed, and they should suffer those individual consequences. They should. Okay, fine, fair. Oh, well, not fair because you're awful, right? But fine. But also, like those individuals live in a society. Right, so when that individual fails, right, if that individual's got kids, guess what? They fail too. They don't have those opportunities that they might have had otherwise. Maybe those kids, maybe it could be simply that This person doesn't have enough retirement, and then their kids have to support them. Okay, well, their kids are supporting them. Well, their kids have less money, just like in the article I read to you. The kids have less money to invest in themselves, right, and with their capital investment they could have been doing, or into their children. This has generational consequences that affect the country as a whole. So if you want a better economy where people have more money in their pockets to spend on whatever shitty products that Gibbs is selling them or Lactoy wants to sue them over, then you simply
if they had the money in their paycheck, they could spend the extra money that they have taking care of their parents.
I want to take the social conservative response to this.
Here's the thing. This is what I'm talking about. Right? These economic shocks is that individuals will suffer these shocks, and for very good reasons, they'll dip into their savings, right? They'll dip into these savings, and then they'll tackle this particular current issue. But that means they have less overall, and then in the end, the consequences of that gap that life creates for them, we'll all be paying for it. We'll be paying for these individuals who don't have any savings, who we need to rely on their children. If they have children, they don't have children, then they might be homeless. And so that's a thing that humanity has to deal with. Or people turn to crime when they understand that their savings are gone. These things have ripple effects within our society. And so for selfish reasons, you can decide, hey, I want to actually find ways to invest in these people so we don't have increased poverty and all the problems that entails. Done.
Well, first of all, on that though, let me just give an example. 7%, which is lower than the 12% we could go with, but 7% of 50,000, which is a fairly average income in the United States. 7% of that's taken out in your tax dollars would be $3,500 every year. The average American have $3,500 more in their pocket every year. So that probably, yeah, exactly, in their savings. So you know how you said, what percentage of those people had $400 they couldn't even come up with? Well, guess what? If Social Security wasn't taxing them 6.4 to 12.7%, they would have that $400 in their pocket to spend on the problems they have. They wouldn't have these generational issues because they could take care of the problems now with the money they should be having instead of being robbed by the government for Social Security programs that don't work. It's really that simple. All the issues you said could be solved by just having that $3,500, which is not even the maximum amount that most Americans are paying into Social Security every year.
I want to take the social conservative response to this. Number one, I do disagree, or I do largely agree, just to preface that I think that Social Security as it stands right now is abominable out of sheerly how piss poorly efficient it is. We do need something better at minimum. However, the actual ramifications of poverty for basically the elder population is we know we've eliminated about at least 80% of elderly poverty because of this program. Now, why do we not want poverty? As a social conservative, we recognize that it increases crime, it increases drug use, and increases antisocial behavior. And there's already a generation we don't want to see more of that from. It's from the boomers. So
crime from boomers, really?
Yeah,
they're kleptocratic as fuck. They will literally white collar crime you to death.
Exactly.
We've already seen this actually.
Hold on, if they're doing white collar crime, we're talking about if they have jobs, if they're in positions where they can commit. Well, what are you referring to? What's the crime rate of boomers right now? I'm gonna look up the crime rate of boomers, and I know that by age it goes down so substantially that we don't really have to worry about this massive crime wave from the fucking boomers. They're not rolling out here, fucking.
Yeah, they're not going to.
That's where they're going.
Gee, I wonder why. It's almost like they're paid not to be crime.
They're spending their Social Security check because they've already invested in the Ponzi schemes. They're fucking dead set on supporting Social Security, and then they get the check every month, and they blow it at slots. That's what happens.
I actually don't disagree with this. The problem is if they didn't have it, they would revolt.
No, they develop healthier hobbies like hiking. I don't know, something free. It's not this.
I wish that were true.
That's what broke people do. Is they find better hobbies like hiking.
They'd be in better shape.
That's just what we see.
Okay,
with
so
no money is they find amazing hobbies that make them healthy.
This is the problem where the rubber hits the road for me, and I can't separate this from you guys. I totally get where it's we're gonna have more money. I'm gonna have a lot more money if I don't have to pay payroll tax. So I'm with you there, Gibbs. The problem is that, let's just be real, the average American sucks at handling their money. What's worse is that when you no longer have the ability to work, and let's be frank about it, if you're past the age of 70, that's an 80% chance you can't work anymore, or at least you're really looking for a handful of jobs that will take you. your ability to have any kind of income is largely gone. And if you don't have that savings, you are categorically fucked.
I'm gonna make the argument real quick. I think this policy that Social Security, I think it might actually be increasing crime rates, right? Because the group of people, who has the highest crime rate by far are young men, right? Specifically young men between the ages of 18 and 25. This demographic is like by far the most criminal element. This group is also paying a portion of their income into Social Security. They didn't have to, they would have more money, and then that more criminal group would have more money, so they'd be less enticed to resort to a life of crime. The boomers, they've got an incredibly low crime rate, so we don't have to worry about them committing crime as much. I think that taking money from young people, preventing them from having access to more prosperity through legal means, I think is going to entice them to move into drug dealing.
$3,500 a year is going to entice them out of drug dealing. Let's be reasonable. The little $400, $300 a month is not going to stop anyone or prevent crime or prevent someone from being broke or poor, especially to Tiberius' point where people aren't going to save that money. They're going to spend that money on the expensive bags of chips or their rent or whatever the fuck it may be.
Hold on. I want to talk about that. That's actually a good point.
Why I'm not for UBI.
I'm glad you brought that up right there. And this comes back to kind of what I've been talking about, which is y'all keep saying, oh, the average person's bad with their finances. They're bad. Yada, yada. The choices they make are bad, et cetera, et cetera. I have a concept for you. It's called accountability. Why should I have to handle their issues? Why should the government step in?
I gave you a list of reasons. Hold on.
Because it affects you too.
Yeah, it ultimately affects you.
I'm about to respond to it. Why should I step in and do this whenever clearly their bad choices are leading to more bad choices and leading to choices that are affecting me negatively and taking my percentage of money? Whenever you already proved my solution, y'all said, oh, well, $400 a month, basically difference in income would solve the problem because it can solve these crises. They don't have to resort to crime to earn $400 to solve a price. Just like Lacroix is saying, because they'll have that money in their pocket already.
For it in the criminal justice system.
Well, they wouldn't have to sell the weed if they had
You'll be paying for it in the lost economic activity. You'll be paying for it where some kid.
Boomers don't work or commit crime.
No, it's not just boomers. It's not just boomers. I gave you a whole chain of events, right? That affects people generationally, and so when people have less opportunities because less wealth was transferred down to them because there was less wealth there to begin with, then there's more likely that there'll be crime from those peak crime ages that Black Toit was talking about, and then the other thing you have to deal with is a lost economic lost economic activity happening right after they roll you, right, beat the crap out of you and take whatever they had on you. Oh no, because Lactoid and Gibbs, right, they got guns and they're heroes.
Wait, can I please just ask? So what you're saying is that what we have to do is we have to take the money from the young people and give it to the old people. That way the young people won't have to pay so many expenses of the old people.
No.
Yeah,
that's no. What I'm saying is
that what you're saying?
Listen, what I said previously, right? I'm saying that the generational knock-on effects, and so that these things compound, right? Like the money that the person is missing out of the paycheck now is multiplied, right? Like with the interest and within that the insurance pile, right? Like it's multiplied and its effect, right? So that effect later on in terms of helping that.
There's no interest in Social Security.
Hold on, let me give you a generational play-by-play. All right. Sorry.
Let me finish my point, and then we'll get back to it. Right. So my point is that that the helping the elderly, right? Like it's one thing where you're taking a little bit out of your pocket now to help those older generations, and then those older generations don't fall in poverty, and then they don't need support necessarily by their children, right? And then the children of their children, which would be like prime crime years that you're talking about, right? They have more economic opportunity.
Well, hold on. How do they have more economic opportunity if they're paying more money every paycheck?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Because for instance, they have a chance to go to college, right? If their parents had hold on. I just explained this to you before, right?
You're taking care of someone's grandparents.
Yeah.
Those kids can then take care of their kids. So
Yeah.
therefore, like we pay a little bit to take care of someone's grandparents. We alleviate the kids of those grandparents. They then can take care of their kids.
When you're saying we pay this, when you're saying we're like,
I'm just, you know.
I get it, but what doesn't make sense is we have a working age group of young people who's paying into Social Security, right?
Yes.
And the argument for protecting that group or lowering that crime rate is to take their money, give it to the old people, so then the young people don't have to take care of the old people as much. You're just front loading it.
Yeah, that's the problem. Let me give you an example. Hold on. Let me give you an example.
Front loading it on people assumably. You're front loading it on assumably like younger people.
I want to explain this.
18 to 25. Wait, these are people that can handle a loss that don't have the huge responsibilities or entitled to payments.
They
don't have the burden. They don't have the burden of taking care of their
parents. Not all money at any point in time in your life is equal, right? So the money that you give to a child.
I agree.
Okay, great. So the money that you give to a child and the way they spend it is different from the way an 18-year-old will spend it, different from how a middle-ager will spend it, and different how an elderly person will spend it, right? So if that money is necessarily in the pockets of a young individual, are they spending that to save for
No,
themselves,
they're not going to spend it responsibly.
Right? Yeah. Or they're doing it to
because it's obvious.
Hold on. I'm almost done. I swear, I'm almost done.
I'm following.
Are they saving? Are they investing this in capital markets? Are they investing this necessarily in starting a business? For some of them, absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. For some of them, but for most of them, no, that's not the case, right? So, this is like when actually,
this wasn't the logic that was used before, though.
Yeah,
this is the logic. This is no.
The logic now is the young people are irresponsible with the money, and they might spend it in ways we don't want. So we have to basically take some away from them every month in order to like make sure that somewhere down the line they can spend it. What you were saying before is when we were having the crime rate comparison, we were talking about how it's unfair to burden the young people with the expense of having to take care of the old people. But what is Social Security other than putting the expense of taking care of old people on young people immediately? It's not insurance. It's a pay-go system.
Hold on. I want to jump in here real quick. I want to say, look. So here's the problem with what you're saying, Prime, right? Say let's just take this 3,500 that I use as a nice round number, and that there's 7%, and we're this person that's making 50,000. All right, that's 3,500 a year. If you do that 10 years, that's 35,000 that they could have saved. They could have put into college. They could have spent on grandmother's knee surgery. They could have spent on their house, whatever they want. That's in 10 years. That's 35,000. So you're telling me that these people with $3,500 a month, they couldn't lower the crime, generationally be better, because now these people now have more money in their own pocket. They're not having to worry about this $400 expense. Where's it going to come from? Do whatever. That's going to lower crime rate. That's going to lower the burden on taking care of the elderly, because now they probably have some money stashed away that they can take care of this. So everything you've said is basically not true by even your own logic, because why would they not? They would have more money in their pocket than they would even be getting back from Social Security. What's the average size of a Social Security
check? If they're making $50,000,
$3,500 a month. Yeah, but
they're making less.
The average 18 to 24-year-old isn't making $50,000 a year. If the average American is making $46,000 to $52,000 a year across all ages, no, the average 18 to 24-year-old is probably making somewhere like $30,000 to $35,000 a year. So the rate that they're getting taxed,
so it's even higher than what I'm saying. Like the amount of money the average person would have in. So like you're basically fucking them even harder by like any number, because it's actually a higher amount of income. I picked a lower number and a lower round number on purpose because the 18 to 24-year-olds graduating are out on average making $50K. That is the number that
ones that are graduating, but not in total. 18
yeah, so in total,
what's the percentage of 18 to 25-year-olds graduating?
Yeah, you're talking about a very small percentage of people that don't graduate at least high school, right? Like so, like what you're saying, even then, once again, the number I picked is like 17,000 lower. So what you're really doing is you're stealing even more money to pay on the back end for these people and cause more problems down the line and cause more crime and more poverty. You're not actually helping these people. You're hurting these people and causing.
I do want to go to our next topic, but I want to give Admiral Gibbs and back to the last statement. Yeah, go ahead.
I just am saying everything is with the Social Security overall is really just a back end tax, and it's really the most evil thing I think one of the American government does, honestly, in its current state, is they're basically taking the money from the people that need it the most in order to pay for people that have worked their whole lives. And then if they made poor choices, we're supposed to just, feel bad because this new idea that everybody should be entitled to happiness is crazy. People just need to take accountability for their own actions, and then maybe stuff can get done, and maybe people will stop being so bad financially. The only reason why people are bad financially is because they know they have a safety net, and that's the situation here.
So the last thing I'll say on this, I think the rest of my statements have spoken for themselves, but the logic, at least, that was just presented of, well, we don't really trust young people to spend their money effectively, so we got to take a portion of it and like keep it for their safekeeping. We could also use this logic for poor people who consistently make poor financial decisions. We can just start taking the poor people's money too, not let them spend money on things that they want to buy.
Okay. So.
I feel like Tiberius itching to say something.
Oh, well then
I
Tiberius,
definitely want a
say
closing
something.
argument on that. Yeah, just as my closing argument, like I generally agree with the economic concerns that Gibbs and Lactoid bring up. My just ramification or my pushback is, as a social conservative, a true right winger, motherfuckers, is that I actually care about the downstream effects of our economic policy. And sometimes, yes, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Sometimes it's not. I am seriously concerned that if we do completely overhaul Social Security, or we just get rid of it, I will bite the bullet, but I acknowledge that the boomers and largely Gen X will be stuck holding the paddle, where they will literally have to figure out how to retire with some kind of dignity when they can't work and they can't operate in the modern economy, and just tell them tough shit. Like I'm a monster, but I'm not that much of a monster. So I at least want to dot my I's and cross my T's if we're gonna make a reform.
All right. Thanks all for that. We can continue talking about that sometime in the future. But anyway, guys, if you're out there and been enjoying this content, hit that follow button. You haven't done so yet. If you're brand new, hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Consider supporting the channel because that's how we do it. Guys, if you want more of this content, we do need your help. So consider helping us out. Subs to the channel, give bits, or give subs. We've gotten not much at all this month. The month's almost over, so consider helping out the channel out there. Haven't subbed yet, you get ad-free viewing, and you'll get our emotes, and you'll be keeping us around. So if you want to have this channel around more, support this community, subs to the channel, give bits, or give subs, or use a super chat if you're out there in YouTube land. I've been keeping track of them. There's nothing that came in, so now Corey was foiled again today. But yeah, it's super chat, and we will respond to your super chats. And in a timely-ish manner. So let's go to the topic that I had prepared. The United States Senate is where legislation goes to die. There is intense gridlock that keeps the federal government from accomplishing, including passing crucial bills to keep itself running. Some say one major reason for that is the very mechanics of the legislative body. All 50 states get equal representation, being represented according to their populace. This means that heavily populated states are greatly underrepresented. However, if this was fixed so that the Senate operated more like the U.S. House, that would decidedly skew the balance of power to the Democrats. Let's be fair. Should the Senate actually be a democratic institution, or does it serve an important role as it is? So yeah, talking about the Senate and thoughts on that. Everyone, in case you're not American, right? So this is for Up and Lactoid. Every state gets two senators, and that is independent of their population, right? So you can have a massive state. I think was it some like absurd number, like 68 times, like California 68 times bigger than Wyoming, something along those lines, like a massive, absurd amount. But they get equal representation, right? Wyoming gets equal representation in the Senate, as does California. So that means each vote, right, for California or New York or any large state, right, each vote for a Senate is worth less, right? And those living in smaller states, they have a megaphone for their votes. And so a tiny portion of the population, right, has just straight up more say within our government than the larger portion. This is okay. This makes sense, right? We ostensibly live in a democracy, but doesn't mean that every institution necessarily have to be democratic, right? There could be reasons why they shouldn't be democratic. I can think of some. But I want to know what you guys think. So we'll start with my good friend Lacto.
Okay, really quick, I just want to correct one thing. The amount that people are paying is not 7%; it's 12.4%.
Right, it's 6 to 12.6.
Yeah. No, it's 6.2 on both the employee and the employer, so it's always going to be 12.4%. So it's a lot of money. Anyway, so about the Senate specifically, I understand the electoral, like it functions similar to electoral college in the sense of land gets more representation, states get more representation than necessarily the popular vote does in this sense. There's a reason why we're a federal republic. There's a reason why the system is set up this way. In terms of whether or not it's justified or not, look, I have a hard time justifying the Electoral College or the Senate, other than just my concern, like my real political concerns of we're not a democracy. There's a problem with democracy, with unfettered democracy, and I think right now the Senate and the Electoral College are acting as a check on that. You could trade me some kind of policy alternative to these systems, and I would probably accept it, right? Like if we brought back some kind of poll test, if we brought forward some other kind of system, constitutional limitations on what democracy can do, then I could be more in favor of it. But intrinsically, is there justification other than tradition and the Constitution? No. I mean, I'm gonna have a hard time defending this. It's just the way the system is. There's not a real one person, one vote logic behind it.
Oh, I'm up next. Okay. Yeah. So two sides of this. Number one, I actually largely like the Republic. I do like that it actually is innately somewhat conservative, and I understand that there's a lot of people who hate that, particularly on the progressive side of the political spectrum. But I think that's actually one of the reasons why our system is actually successful, is that everything has to be thoroughly fucking vetted. Now, I do have a problem with the Senate.
By, just to be clear, you mean lowercase c conservative rather than
like just innately politically, it will try to keep like the political status quo where it is, and then it will move whenever there's enough political mass to actually shift it in a particular direction. I like that. Actually, we can have a chat on like how much harder that has to be. I don't think I want to do 2/3 anything in the House. Like that's kind of what the equivalent would be for it. But in general, like the Senate does kind of act as an extra, like a more check. And I want to break this down. I don't have a problem with the way the Senate behaves. I have a problem with how it's comprised. And I do kind of make a little common cause with the left is that I don't have a problem with the population. I do believe land is incredibly important. It's how we drew the states that I have a serious problem with. I've given this rant a few times here before, but I'm going to do it again. A lot of the states were drawn like shit because either we had the colonial states like Delaware or Rhode Island that are literally smaller than my fucking dick that somehow have 2 senators and, political power of that is warranted. And I think that's a ridiculous goddamn notion. At the same time, we have the battle of slavery made it to where Texas is absolutely stupid huge and California should be at least divided into 3. The long story short here is that if you want my alternative, we already have noticed that there are people that are starting to push the boundaries on what we could do to redraw the states. There's something called the Greater Idaho Movement that is actually trying to reconcile this. Eastern Washington and Eastern Oregon behave completely differently than the way that the state on the left side does, on the western side does, because it's completely different geography and climate, which is exactly why land does fucking matter when it comes to our electoral process. But since we didn't draw our states to make any sense of that, the system doesn't work worth a shit. So yes, I would like the Senate, but we have to completely redraw the states to actually make it functional. So I don't know if we need to keep it outright, but I would like to, but that requires a complete overhaul of the system.
Boring.
Yeah, well, so as a Canadian, here's my opportunity to inject a Canadian view where we have a Senate as well. And there's talk here about overhauling it. Well, there's been talk for I think decades now overhauling it. Is it actually ever overhauled? No, not really. But I think it's different here because our senators, if I remember correctly, they are appointed, elected, but it's still supposed to serve as a chamber of, I think the term is like sober second thought, and also it's, in principle, it's supposed to protect minority interests. What does it actually do that in reality? Arguably not. And there's a whole aspect of corruption, given the fact that they're appointed. But there is, I think, a page out of the Canadian playbook that the United States can take out of, which is for the Canadian Senate, we have a mandatory retirement age of 75. And I think that's one good thing about our Senate that I think you might want to entertain. But to actually specifically answer the prompt, okay, I'm sort of actually in the position of Lactoid, since, well, he's my fellow Canadian, of like, I understand why this system was put into place, just as I understand why it was put into place here in Canada. And on paper, it it looks like it would be a good thing, but then how it actually practices in reality, like there's some clear issues with it. Where just as you alluded to when you were describing the prompt, Prime, it's like, does every institution need to be democratic? I would say no, arguably not, and there are good reasons for that, as in like there are clear instances of democracy running amok. We don't want to put everything up to a vote, and so I'm not exactly sure how to solve the problem in terms of the issues with the Senate, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you.
Had I known I was going to be on these panels, Prime, I swear I would have paid attention in World Civ when I was growing up. Unfortunately, I skipped class and was a stoner, and so I guess I understand that we have the 2 votes. I don't think it makes sense. I think obviously, like I think 1 vote, 1 person, and that's how you go. But we can't do that obviously in the world. So for right now, I disagree with Tiberius. We probably drew the states wrong, and if we drew them better, maybe we wouldn't have this issue.
Next we'll have our friend Admiral Gibbs.
Excuse me. You were faster than I thought you were gonna be there, Ollie. Yeah. I was trying to shoot his eyes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. So I actually really, really like the Senate, and I think that the Senate works as intended, 100%. I think it's working perfectly. I think the people that want to change this are just trying to go with the current flow of the wind. They want to see things pushed through quickly. They want this. They have this happy idea that they're the side that they're on, whether the Republican or Democrat is going to somehow have this majority that reflects this. And I want to warn people against this concept. The Senate is designed because from the founding fathers, right? Because the founding fathers thought that the average person was a dumbass and they needed some sort of protection. The whole American system is designed to be slow. We see things like Nazi Germany, what happens whenever you have somebody get in power and you don't have a lot of these protections, and you can see all these laws that change rapidly, and the Senate is a check and a balance against this, right? When they want things to get out of the House, the popular sentiment to get out of the House, go to the Senate, and the Senate is going to look at this and go, oh, okay, well, maybe we slow this down or whatever, and they have these things. I think that the states are designed just fine. I'm in a bigger state which would have has a bigger population. There's arguments to be made. Texas would be more powerful, and everybody knows I'm pro Texas. But if we're really talking about like actually caring about democracy in the government, then I would have to say that I wouldn't want that, because we want fair representation. Some of these smaller states would always get overrun if they didn't have the Senate helping them out, backing them up. Like the senator from Wyoming probably has more power in theory than maybe the senator from Texas, because by per capita, because he's represented way less, still gets 1 vote. This is actually a good thing in my opinion, and I hope that it doesn't change.
I like the idea of dividing Texas. Right? Like, shout out to Tiberius there.
5 states.
Well, Texas would never do that. We would never do that. We're very proud of our.
Yeah.
Well, unlike the rest of these states that want to break up and be little bitches, Texas.
It wouldn't matter because I've done the math.
Yeah.
We have 2 red senators now. If we were to split up, it would be 6 red senators and 4 blue senators. So nationally, it wouldn't like change anything.
Yeah. Plus, you always notice other people that want to break up Texas just because our balls are so big and we're carrying the rest of the nation on our back. Like they want to break us up because they can't handle the greatness that is Texas.
Why do you have East and West Texas in the same state? One of them literally is a desert. The other one is literally the industrial planet of the continent.
Because we fucking won our independence from Mexico and sold fucking shit ass Oklahoma to the United States.
Okay.
And got rid of the parts we didn't want, and we kept all the rest.
Look, I love Texas. It is God's country. I will fanboy for Texas. However, on the other side of this, I do need to make this very clear. Let's put pride aside, okay? Because while it is earned and deserved, Texas, does having this giant ass state serve the interests of what you're doing? Because
Absolutely.
one side of the state has what, like 2 million people and 60% of the land, and the other part is like all of the rest. East Texas, literally, you could split it on I-35 or just a little bit off of that, where you can have something that is succinct. I cannot talk today. I'm so sorry. You have something that's succinct that is based upon the oil revenues of the Eagleford and the industrialization out of Houston and Dallas-Fort Worth. And then you have Amarillo and fucking, West County and the Permian that are doing their own thing. Why is this one system? Seriously.
Because Texas actually
opening, I believe.
We actually value diversity. That's why.
Yeah. I think Ty did my opening for me, but
Thank you.
yeah. So I just wanted to answer like Gibbs's concern about small states getting overrun if we had the popular vote. I think in the status quo, what happens is subsets of larger states get overrun. Like San Diego is a conservative city in California, but it has no voice in national or state politics because all of the political power for California, at least on the Senate side, gets represented by the state. So yeah, people are getting overrun as it is. We just don't arbitrarily draw state lines around them. I don't see how like that makes anything different. However, I will say this, although I'm for reforms because I do think that the disparity in power on the Senate side with regards to large states versus small states doesn't make any sense. I will say that it doesn't that wouldn't benefit people on in the partisan way, the way that you think they would. I mean, if you look at the United States, particularly if you look at New England, you've got Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. These are all very small states, each of which have 2 senators. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states. They have 12 senators, and they have just like a few million people, like the smaller population than the city of New York by itself, and they have 12 senators. So, and they're all liberal. They're like all on the left, at least on the federal side. Like even New Hampshire votes Democratic. So it's not like the Senate benefits only Republicans. Certainly, they have the Great Plains states. Like the same thing happens over there. But I think that if you were to try to rejigger it in any way that was kind of fair, you wouldn't have any other result politically nationally than what we have in the Senate now. So I want to tamper expectations as to what kind of solvency you would get out of that.
I disagree with you on that one.
Okay, but also you can get to it when I finish my open because I got one other thing to say, which is that the other problem is that you really don't want the Senate to be more like the House, right? I mean, I think we just went through, showing, well, last year we had showing pornography on the House floor. Just this last week we had the eyelashes debacle. The House is clearly less responsible when it comes to passing legislation, when it comes to doing like the basic fundamental things that the nation needs than the Senate. And there's a reason for that because although you could say that the Senate is de facto gerrymandered, it's not like a gerrymander that can be updated every 10 years like the House is. And if you let the politicians start picking their voters in the Senate the way that they do in the House now, things could go south really fast. And it's that gerrymandering that makes things so bad in the House because everyone fears a primary more than they fear the general. And so everyone's going out there to the most extremes and just doing insane stuff to like gain attention. And I think that although we have that problem in the Senate too, I think it's far worse in the House. And I think it's because of the way we proportion out our districts.
So absolutely, gerrymandering is bad. We should also ban that and have some sort of proportional division of the states of the districts. Right. So fair enough. But beyond that, Uh, I disagree that like what's the thing you said before? Mm, I
About
That
New
if you
England being
change
the
the
equivalent of
things,
the Great Plains.
there's
I think
that.
you disagreed when you said if we changed it to the way that you want, you wouldn't see a real difference
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
outcome.
I remember that. There was another thing I was going to respond to. Now I forgot what it was. But it's fine. It's fine.
That the
I'll come
Senate's
back to
more
it.
responsible than the House. That's
That's
kind of
what it was. Yeah. Fuck that. Well, you mean the Senate's more responsible? The Senate literally is where, like I said, legislation goes to die. You send legislation there, and one senator holds it up, and then now, now it's 60 votes to pass. Now we've gotten so used to the gridlock in terms of the Senate, in terms of the filibuster, right? We've gotten so used to that like newscasters, they'll just say, "Oh yeah, it takes 60 votes to pass things within the House." That is wrong. It takes 51 votes. 51 votes to do that, right? But the Senate seems okay with the way things are. It seems like administration after administration that they're perfectly fine with that. Now, to be fair, that's an added
We're talking about
mechanism to the
cloture.
Senate, right? Like that's not like how the Senate's made up within the it's not in the Constitution.
Right.
It's an internal rule.
Yeah, fair enough, right? But and I want to say that I would actually like it to be a lot more like the House. 100% like want it to be more raucous, like the House.
The ASA would be gone. Gone.
I've got three things here.
Well,
First,
if
sorry.
it's been voted out, by a representative Senate, right, that represents most of the people, then yeah, it should be voted out. Then if the people don't want that, then that's okay. Then it should be gone. That's how democracy should work. It should be the will of the people. So
Well, yeah,
most
so
people say,
right, but if you make it say, okay, the reason why the 60 vote threshold is there, we're talking about cloture. The reason cloture rules require 60 votes is so that you can have relative continuity of government. So if you pass a good social program like the ACA, and then the very next term, like it's 5149 one year, and the next year it's 5149 the other way, and so all the laws change again. You're having this lurching from one item to another. Social Security never would have stuck around if that were the case. A lot of our social programs would be coming and going constantly, and setting them up requires so much effort that it really wouldn't be practical even the times where the Democrats had power to like maintain it. Like we just had the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was just given a 7-2 like vote from the Supreme Court. But imagine that if they could have just gotten rid of that with 50 votes plus a tiebreaker in the Senate every time the Republicans got a trifecta, like nothing would work. Nothing would stick around.
I got three things real quick. First of all, Rich, I do apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off in your opening. I'm dealing with babysitting 4 dogs right now, and they won't shut the fuck up.
Anything else.
I'm so sorry, buddy, but I will back you up on point 3 here. Number 2, I'm actually of the opinion that the Senate's about to start fucking Republicans hard because Democrats have made strong inroads into areas that are rapidly urbanizing. I know a lot of people aren't talking about this, but Tennessee is on track to flip blue within the next 20 years. Texas is already on track to do it within the next 10. Like all these places that are urbanizing, Georgia's already there. I don't think Georgia's actually going to go purple again. Yeah, so look, I bet I'm actually in my forecast. I think that Georgia's going blue this year. But if I'm wrong, then we'll find out. But long and short, like
I'm with Prime on Georgia.
Okay, fine. Democrats are actually paving the way that all these places that are either urbanizing out or growing, and most of them, the places that are growing right now are right-wing states and red states that are having influxes of people that are turning bluer, is that sooner or later, this is actually an institution that can absolutely bite Republicans in the ass. And at that point, you're going to need a completely new party. So if you're hedging on the Senate to save your ass, forget it. It's a ticking clock. Finally, the Senate actually, I feel, pushes real legislation. A lot of the shit that comes out of the House, they might pass 10 times out of the House what comes out of them, but none of it actually comes law. If the Senate passes something, it has a dramatically higher rate of being made into a law because of the moderators. They're the ones that are actually like, look, we need a practical something fucking works that we can all actually vote on. The House is a bunch of charlatans who just go around and screaming and panicking. MTG is there for a reason. Bobert is there for a reason. The Squad is there for a reason. These are our lunatics. They are in the House. I'm actually with Rich. The Senate is the better body here. It's far more sensible. It's far more regulated. And while I'm not actually a big fan of the 60 vote margin rule, I do think that the results pave the way for themselves.
I mean,
also, the thing about the Senate, when it comes to essential legislation to keep the government running, the House is where that shit goes to die. The Senate reliably passes it, and then the Republicans like just refuse to do anything with it. So yeah, I agree when it comes to like writing new legislation that changes things, especially like when Democrats are in control of the House or whatever. Yeah, the Senate is going to try to moderate anything that comes out of the House in those situations. But when it comes down to passing existential stuff that might pass for the United States government to continue to exist, it's always the Senate that has our back when it comes to that stuff. And we always have to resort to trickery to eventually get the House to do it.
I would just like to add to that, like, y'all both kind of, Tiberius and Ico, y'all both kind of touched on like what I was trying to say with the that it's purposely slow, right? It's purposely designed to
Right.
work in this manner. You don't want these rapid changes. You don't want like you mentioned that the practicality aspect, right? And I was kind of going with the like, oh, you can have some crazy leaders get invested in there or put in there and just go wild. But I mean, there's also the aspect of this comes up with the electoral college debate every few years. Is that oh well, we want direct democracy, we want the voters to vote. And if I recall, we literally just had an hour-long debate just now over how the average American isn't financially literate enough to spend their own goddamn money, and yet you're now wanting me to trust the average American to be literate enough politically, which is an even more complicated thing, to sit here and vote everybody in here. No, that's bullshit. Y'all are hypocrites.
So anyway, I'm gonna ignore that for now. I'll have to do later.
It was
I'll
a
bite on
based point.
I'll
Sure,
actually bite
okay,
on it.
Great. I don't care. So I, hmm, uh, like I said in the opening statement, I don't mind having some level of friction within government. I think some level of friction is good. But like understanding like what the Senate in our current infrastructure, like what is it all for? So starting off with like the founding fathers actually had a like complete contempt for the common man, right? They're a bunch of rich fucks who got the country behind their interests, their business interests, and they started a revolution, right? And they jerked everyone off, saying, "Oh yeah, this is about democracy." Except the only people who are going to be voting are rich, are white men with landed white men, right? Okay. But they give us the opportunity to change that constitution, which is one of the good things that they actually did. The franchise expands from there. But like the Senate itself was, I guess, closer to what Corey's talking about, the Canadian Senate. That it was you were appointed by party bosses, right? State party bosses sent people to the Senate, which wildly corrupt. Who would have thought, right? Which is why we fought to have more democracy and a direct vote of the Senate. And then we talked
We're
about
still corrupt up here in Canada, by the way.
corrupt.
Just-
Yeah. Then Igo talks about like, oh, this essential government spending. No other government runs like this, right? No other government runs with our spending packages. These critical bills, right? That government spending bill that comes back every year. Then we have this brinksmanship over, when's it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? Is it going to shut down? Or will government workers be furloughed? Other countries actually don't deal with this. They just have an ongoing spending scheme that we could have here too. But how would we go about changing the way we fund ourselves? You have to go through the Senate, right? And the Senate likes to protect its own power, and so the Senate would my understanding is there's been some efforts to change this in the past, but like it's all died. So like every step of the way, right, we have democratic roadblocks I'm saying let's lower them. So I think an effective way might be through changing up the formula as to like representation. So it's not equal representation, and then maybe based on population, but like less individuals than they have in the House, right? So maybe like just some states just get one senator, and then others get like maybe at the most three senators or something like that. I don't know, right? Some sort of formula along this line. But beyond that, um, but I don't, even if it came through another way, right? That we injected more democracy, I think it would be better. There are going to be legislation that doesn't make it, but also we'd have a society that would have adjusted. Like, okay, we have a society that can better judge like who was actually providing for them, right? I think it's something that's not included in these calculations. Looking at a parliamentary system for a second, when you have a parliamentary system, it's easier to tell who the bad guy is, right? Who has actually provided you something or has kept you from getting a thing, right? Whatever that policy proposal is, it's simply easier to tell. Within our system, it's harder to figure that out for the average person, unfortunately. And I think a system that actually represents them, right? That represents the will of the people rather than the will of land, would be a better, an easier way for people to interact with the government and understand who the villains are. So if the popular movements aren't being supported, then there could be consequences. And if you want to change that, then change people's minds.
So back to my question. You kind of avoided it. Feels
God
like.
damn it.
I was dealing with FICO. Sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of want you to tell me what the difference is then. Why I should trust the average individual to have all this power in every situation, to have all this power with their voting, to be able to just make these mass changes and get these people in quickly based off their demographics, as opposed to have this check that we have, which is basically a social program for politics that we are going. So you're basically arguing against social programs now. Like, is that what you're saying? Because you're saying that you don't trust them economically, but you do trust them somehow to be smarter politically when they vote. Is that correct?
I don't think he's saying that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, so then, like, I want the answer there. Like, if we can't trust them to make economic choices, how can you trust the average person to make political ones?
I say that democracy is messy, but it's the best system that we have. Like yeah, like I've already done this many times with like Electoid with Doobie, talking about like what is the like can we trust the average voter, right? Is there, maybe we should have better systems of people who are more invested within um like the political spectrum, right? Like the political sphere. Maybe they should be the only ones to vote, right? Like I can see the benefits of those, right? But we run into the problem of concentrated power among the elite. So I agree that democracy is messy, and then we rely on people who like have only a tangential understanding of what the hell is going on. um, but I don't see a better system than
Well,
that.
so I guess what
So if
I'm
there was a
saying,
better,
Prime,
if there
is
was a better system, then maybe I'd give it I'd give into that and say like, yeah, we don't want to trust the people.
well,
I
yeah,
don't
but
know.
Prime, that's the same thing I'm saying about economics. Economics are messy. These people made bad choices to X, Y, Z, right? And you're saying the exact same thing for the politics. So it seems kind of like you're like flip flopping here just because one's convenient for you, right? Like I'm
I'm
trying to
not
say
flip
everybody
flopping.
should have their own individual choices, and they should all the
I'm
consequences should be of their own
It's
reaction
not
to
flip
it.
flopping, but I will take the side that it seems a little inconsistent. But
It's very
I'm
it's
inconsistent.
not
Yeah,
flip flopping because
it's
I'm saying
absolutely consistent.
specifically I agree with you. Like going back to like, is the average person responsible enough for either of these things, right? Well, maybe not, right? I can acknowledge that within the political realm, but I'm saying that there is no better system, as far as I can tell, than democracy, right? Like we have leeway when it comes to um economics, right? When it comes to designing a retirement plan, like I said previously, I'm not married to Social Security, right? If we want to use a better plan, right? If there is one that will yield better results, right, for the most people, then okay, right? Maybe it is a 401k plan. Maybe that works better. Okay, then sure. Like I said, I'm not married to it, but the thing that I was pushing back against was this attitude that we shouldn't care about these people at all. That's the thing that we were arguing about, right? Whether we should care about these people in the first place or not, and the consequences of not caring about them. So that's the thing that I was pushing back against. But the pathway there, right? So if it wants to be the 401k, right? Okay, sure. If the sovereign wealth fund, okay, whatever, right? If that's all better than Social Security, if it's that bad, then sure, let's abolish it. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. As long as at the end we're taking care of individuals, because that's always my priority. And going back to democracy, I understand it's messy. I understand it's bad, but I think in the end, it turns out it gives the best results, even when we not like the results in the short term or the medium term.
So let me just quote, because I was talking about the ACA before, and I think it's sort of important in this discussion, because after the ACA passed, there was like a really big response, obviously, from the Republicans. And Ted Cruz at the time said in 2012, when that election was happening, that they had to vote for Romney had to win the election that year, because it was the only opportunity they would have to repeal the ACA. And the reason he said that was because if we allowed the ACA to exist for just a couple of years, more than a couple of years, people will start to grow dependent on it, is the way he put it. The way I would put it is they would start to see the benefits of it. They would start to see why it works. And it would become a third rail, and then they'll never be able to get rid of it. And he turned out to be right. And the reason they couldn't get rid of it was because it's very difficult. You have to gain some consensus in the Senate in order to gain cloture, right? You had the 60 vote rule, the filibuster, and it was the filibuster that saved it. Now, it's not just that, because once you allow something to happen when Social Security passed, it was the Republicans swore to repeal it within a couple of years. They swore that there's no way it would be able to last. It's the same sort of thing. Until by the time Reagan came in, he had to promise that he wouldn't do something like that if he ever had the opportunity, even though he was very much opposed to Social Security and Medicare in the 60s. And I think it's this way with everything, is when we pass something, good or bad, it needs to have time to establish itself and grow roots and either work or not work. And if in the long run it turns out to be a mistake, then we can address it. But if every program that we try gets replaced by the next program. I see this in education all the time. A new curriculum will get rolled out. They'll be like, oh, the kids are going to benefit from this. You're going to learn this whole new way of teaching. And then 2 years later, they roll out another curriculum right behind it that's going to overturn that one. We never get a chance to stick to one curriculum for a decade to see if it actually works over time. We can't collect the data that we need because everything's turning over, everything's flipping, the philosophy's constantly changing, and that's really bad for education when that happens. And I think that when it comes to legislation, it's also very bad to continually overturn the thing that you just passed because you're going across this 41-51 line in one direction or another every 2 years. It just I don't think it's workable.
Tiberius?
Yeah, so I want to get to Gibbs and where I kind of deflect from a lot of you guys, and then I'll also talk on what Prime's issue. So at least with Gibbs is that I'm a Republican, and I at least say that I'm a Republican because I want the Republic and that the body politic is actually not good at the details, right? I want a political class of people who give you the platform, give you hey, I'm going to try to do this for you, or at least this is our general process, but actually figuring out the nuts and the bolts is actually for them when they are in office. I think that system works actually very, very well. And I'm 100% with Ico on this one. It's the Senate's a really good example of this one, particularly when they actually have to figure out, hey, we need legislation that fucking works. The Senate's the ones that usually figure it out, not the House. So yeah, where it comes to Prime here is that federalism's a pain in the ass, right? You have you have local, or I cannot even talk. Federal. You have the president, you have the Senate, you have the House. You have to keep track of all that shit. And you might even be electing people at the same time that are from state and local. So I'm totally aboard with, hey, this is informational overload. I'll simp to that, which is why I really want to make it mandated to where you cannot have multi-level government elections at the same time. I think it's actually a cancer that we do everything on one election day. I think we need to split that up. Either it has to be different years or at least a different damn day of actually, hey, put your shit together. Here's the federal elections. We're going to roll that one out. Here's the state elections. We'll roll our shit out then. Municipal's a different time. Like, doing everything at once. Huh?
I don't know how.
Because Republicans will win more, Prime. That's what'll happen.
I don't know if Republicans will win more, but what I will definitely indicate. Well, there might be some data to indicate that's true, but I'm not going to say that's a good thing or a bad thing. Here's what I'm getting at: if information's the problem, right? Why are we consolidating to where everyone needs all the information in their head ready to go at the same day when we can clearly split it? We have lines of delineation here. We have multi-level government. Let's have multi-level elections.
I don't know why that. So the point that I was making is that people don't. So like, okay, people want things to get better in their lives, right? Right. And most people just have a general understanding of this, unless there's something that directly affects them, like a piece of legislation that they're looking forward to, right? They generally don't have an idea of like what's going on. Right? They just like want things to get better. And so as it stands, they send people to the Senate to do a thing, right? Whatever it is to make things better for them. But like we'll have either a split government or at the very least like margins that are too small for legislation to pass, right? But in their minds, like, well, I sent Democrats to the Senate, or I sent Republicans, and things didn't work out. That means they are bad, right? Or maybe if we just put this on the president equals bad. But without understanding that, okay, well, you elected Donald Trump, but Donald Trump wanted to pass his agenda, but we had all these Democrats that slowed him down, right? For better or for worse. I don't think they understand. I think a lot of people don't understand that. And just like, well, you failed to pass your agenda, meaning you are a bad politician. Well, are you a bad politician? Or are these other undemocratic roadblocks in the way? Now, of course, if as our friend Gibbs alluded to, if our national election, our presidential election was Democratic, then Donald Trump wouldn't have been elected in the first place. So there's that. Like that's what I'm talking about. So I don't see how like putting it on different days, there's still a political soup that people are creating, and they don't know how like this in particular mix like produces these particular results, this taste.
Okay, so I guess there's a different level that I'm approaching the conversation of. I agree with you on a level here because we had a conversation last year about how I basically want to see an American chancellor, in the fact that you would have at least an elected representative that actually holds the Senate and the House responsible to them instead of the presidency, because I think that people get confused with what the president actually fucking does. But there's also just a level where, I mean, yeah, I don't expect people to know all the details. There's a level where I'm just kind of acknowledging that I see your problem, but I just see it as a feature, not a bug. I just expect this. We have to build the system around that, not the other way around. And don't get me wrong, I don't know exactly what the solution is for this, because right now the Republican Party is having that conversation in their own doors, because the party establishment hates their voters. They fucking despise them. They won't tell them that, but they do. And so what do? We can't, every time that the Republicans go to their own voter base, they're like, hey, look, we literally got, for the last 8 years, 90% of what we wanted in all budget negotiations. And their voter base keeps saying, well, you could have done better. You could have had more wins. You could have had this. And the conversation is completely lost. They don't know how to tell them. It's like, what are you talking about? You weren't there. You don't know shit. Stop telling us we can do better when you don't have a fucking clue how the system works. Like, I acknowledge your problem. Even the Republican Party acknowledges your problem, but I don't know if there's a solution to it, if I'm being completely frank with you.
I think you guys are looking for friction overall. This is less of a response to Tiberius.
Sure.
But I think you guys are looking for friction overall within the democratic process, and I think that's fine. Like I said, I think there's it makes sense to have friction. But I'm using the word democratic process, but like understanding that this is also a republic, and we are electing representatives, and the representatives themselves are that friction, right? Like they represent a level of friction in and of themselves. I wish sometimes they were a direct avatar of the people, but they aren't, right? So that in itself is friction right there. Um, and I think that if we had a different system, like this country would have a different equilibrium, right? I think when we think about these changes, it's like, well, if all things remain equal, well, then this might be disastrous for the country. Well, maybe, I don't know, possibly, right? I can't see the future, and I can't present you guys with the counterfactual. That's fair. But I think that there a change such as a representative Senate would engender other changes as to the calculations of politics and how to actually present politics. Like Democrats don't actually fight for their legislation. Like that's where it's good to have the filibuster, because the Democrats don't fight to protect anything. They immediately give up. They don't seem to know how to present their ideas to the public to gain support. Maybe they should be able to do that. Or maybe we should have better representatives who could present legislation, pass legislation, and then defend that legislation, right? Get the public behind this thing, because it's agreed the ACA got extremely unpopular. One, because of the failed road out that was really bad, granted, but two, because the Democrats are cheated from it. Like the Republicans made scary sounds, socialist, right? And Democrats hightailed it. Okay, we have representatives that actually defended these things, stood by them in the way that Republicans seem to stand by their legislation. Then maybe we'd have a different equilibrium in this country. I think I think Democrats benefit from the gridlock in the Senate. All right, they benefit from people also that lack of understanding that I was talking to Ty about, right? As to like who is the bad guy here, because that's not so clear to most people. I think transparency, more democracy, better representation is always like the better path. Not that it doesn't come with dangers, but that in the end, it's a better path that represents what the people actually want.
I have two thoughts to this.
Yeah.
Who do you want to go first?
You can go, and then we'll go to Corey, and then we'll go to Gibbs, and I want to hear from Lactoid because I didn't say anything. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So I totally get where you're wanting.
I said Corey, and then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Ty, Corey, Gibbs.
Yeah, I heard Ty and Corey, but I also,
Hi, Corey. Oh, yeah, maybe I did say Ty. I don't know. Whatever, man.
I'll just go real quick, and I'll pass off to Corey. Yeah, I totally get where you want to shift the internal equilibrium of the United States government, and there's definitely arguments to be for that. I don't know what the end-all conclusion is, but I'll at least throw you this. The way that I see things right now, I think the equilibrium is shifting in normal politics. We don't even need to shift the government. I think that the Republican Party tried to change, but it's become something that's even more monstrous than the old version of itself, and it's now losing votership. I'm very curious to see where 24 goes, because if I'm right, the Republican Party is going to have to face the reality that they're no longer an electable party in a general election. Now, if I'm wrong, I'll eat sand, and I know Gibbs will laugh at me, and I'm fine with that. But if I'm correct, the system's working exactly the way it's supposed to. Republicans shifted their platform, they shifted their messaging, and they found out that their messaging is even more abhorrent than what they thought it was originally. If that's the case, the system's working exactly the way it's supposed to. They can't win the elections. If that's the case, or if that's not the case, cool. We'll revisit in December. But yeah, Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, just to maybe understand your position, probably better crystallize it. So your guiding principle is more democracy, like better overall, while recognizing that there's some potential drawbacks with that. And so would you essentially also, like, from what I understand, you want something that's more proportionally representative in the Senate, as in, like, to use the example, as in, like, you would advocate for, let's say, abolishing the Electoral College, and you want something that's more proportional representation in that aspect, and you want to reflect that also in the Senate as well? That be a fair
One
summary of what
man,
you want.
the banned electoral college. One man, one vote.
Okay, yeah.
One man, one vote, Prime?
That's
Because
right.
maybe we
You
can get
heard what
behind
I
you.
said. One man, one vote. Let's take it back. What was it? The 19th Amendment? That was the real. That's where this country went south. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, and would you also be in favor of like pretty much this is sort of a debate that Canada has at some points of like not going with the first past the post system, as in like we truly representational. Like if our new Democratic Party gets 23% of the vote, well then that's what's reflected in our chamber. Would you also be in favor of that system as well?
Not first past the post. So it's like not just over 51. It's what's the other version of that? I'm sorry.
Proportional representation.
There's ranked choice voting. There's
Ah.
proportional representation. There's a bunch of different alternatives.
Possibly, maybe depending on like the particular race. But yeah, over. Let's say yes for now. Just
Yeah.
Sure,
You don't need to stamp it in stone or etch it in stone.
Yeah.
Like
Yes,
I just want to understand sort of like your heuristic of like how far in terms of the direction towards more democracy. I sort of tend to agree with you, but I also recognize the drawbacks of democracy. Where that's why I sort of brought up of like I don't know if you use the same terminology of like our Senate in Canada is like the chamber of sober second thought of like well maybe let's reconsider what we're passing here, and it's supposed to again on paper represent or take into account minority interests. And again, does it actually do that? Different story.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, so I mean, I want to kind of maybe like bring up another aspect of this that's not really we haven't really talked about. I kind of touched on it when in my opening when we were talking about small state versus big state here, but the other thing is with this is the concept of like federalism, right? You have all these powers granted out to the states. You have these powers granted by to the federal government by the Constitution, right? Now the senators aren't directly like federalist, right? In their nature, right? I wouldn't say because it's not an issue that the power the states have, right? Like or whatever, but it is kind of federalist in the aspect that this is like a slight check, right? You have each state getting the 2 senators. They're guaranteed these 2. Senators are usually a little more prestigious position, right? They're like the slow thinkers, the solemn thought, as Corey just kind of like House is kind of like a good way to describe it, right? So when I look at this kind of comes down to me is this is the concern I have with what you're kind of proposing, Prime, and even with some of these other propositions we've had with getting rid of the Senate. I think the Senate is working as intended, right? And the idea is that we're going to give the federal government more power and we're going to streamline it more is very concerning to me, right? Because I feel like with Tiberius mentioned this earlier as well with the multi-level elections. Well, I think we can all agree that local governments tend to get things done, better than like their higher sources, right? So state governments are more in touch with their people than the Fed. City governments are more in touch with their people than the state, et cetera, et cetera. And so now we're going to sit here, we're going to streamline this. I don't think that's actually accomplishing the goal that you want. I think that you're actually going to, put this in there. You're going to have more of these whims, like push legislation through, and you're going to get these wild things, kind of like we already get in the House. And I think that's a real concern that I think people aren't really like that Aiko and then brought up, where it's just going to flip flop all the time. And I think that's due to the way it's set up. And I think that there's not really a way to change it. I think this is just we'd have to restructure the whole government entirely.
Who's next?
So, was there a question for me there?
No, it was more of just like a statement in general.
Okay,
Like,
More of a dunk, huge takedown of you.
I don't know. It wasn't a dunk, but yeah. It was just,
Okay, sure.
I heard some insults, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I accept that. Lactwood, friend?
So I guess, okay, generally speaking, the position I've always had on this, I don't want to take any opportunity away from just dunking on the negative aspects of democracy, right? Prime, you said, well, like, if it wasn't based on the popular vote, Biden would have won. I don't actually know if that's the case. If it's based on the true popular vote, aka children get to vote, maybe an entirely different candidate would have won, right? Maybe there's a candidate who would have won who had promised to abolish homework. There's no way to really know. It's possible, right? but we don't let children vote because we don't trust their judgment. And I think there's a lot of Americans that I don't trust the judgment of. So I want to limit their voting. But I understand how also just bitching about how a bunch of people vote that I don't think should vote isn't really getting to the heart of the role of the Senate, really. And I think the role of the Senate really is leaving aside, the competence of the average voter, because I don't necessarily think there's any reason to believe that rural voters are naturally more competent than urban voters necessarily. Why is it that we have this system in place where the small states get oversized representation? I think part of it is a attempt at unity, right? Smaller states are going to be more invested into a country that they have an outsized say in. This is essentially the logic of the EU, where they give tiny countries, the same vote as large countries. Now, do those large countries have outsized influence in other ways? For sure, right? In the same way that large states also have outsized influence in the United States, and somewhat directly when we're talking about the House and even the Electoral College to some extent. So, we want to maintain that element of unity. There's another element here of making sure change goes slow, which I'm a big fan of. I think the Senate provides that role. But then also this concept of federalism that we want, we don't want the little states to be overrun. We want states to maintain their character, for states to be something unique, right? We are a United States, right? When you look at a map of the world, of the legality of whatever, like right now on Wikipedia, look at the legality of weed laws. You'll see like all the different shades of color by country, except the United States, which is spread up by a whole bunch of different states, right? Because we are sort of a different animal when it comes to the way countries work around the world. Even other federal republics don't operate in the same true sense of federalism that the United States does. I want to preserve that. I think that's beneficial to have different states that can try different policies without also, in neglecting the very real concern of people in larger states feeling as though they, for no other reason than geography, have a lesser of a say. And so I almost wonder, what would you guys think about this? We basically change the Senate to be proportionate to population. We do the same thing with the Electoral College, or abolish it. But in return, there are strict constitutional restrictions that are put into place that maintain states' power over their own policy to a greater extent than right now. Because right now, what the states don't want is the Confederation. Something along, maybe not quite that extreme, but something more along those lines, where the feds, the Wickard versus Filburn goes out the door. The federal government is no longer allowed to regulate commerce that is entirely within one state. You remove that one case, which is a relatively new case. You remove that one case, I would almost be okay with removing the Senate and the Electoral College as we know it, if Wickard versus Filburn dies. Because what this would mean is that states now have exclusive jurisdiction over commerce that's entirely within their own borders.
So, I do have a response to this, but let's say other people have to say first.
Well, so again, Canada does something sort of. The best example that I can come up with is healthcare in Canada is essentially a provincial matter, as in the federal government provides health transfers to provinces, and then the provinces use that money for their respective healthcare system. As in, like, the Quebec healthcare system is different than the Ontario healthcare system.
Medicaid does the same thing.
But yeah, but there are clear advantages and disadvantages, as in, like, Quebec healthcare is different than Ontario healthcare, and there's no unity. And basically, if I go to a doctor here in Quebec, my medical records, we have our own unique medical system. If I seek healthcare in Ontario, they don't have access to my medical records. Like, they can't just go in electronic because they just run in like two entirely separate worlds, and that creates like a whole bunch of problems. I'm just using that. There's a bunch of other examples, and so I don't know what the answer.
We have
is.
that problem from doctor to doctor. Forget state to state.
Oh, well, if you do it even worse than us.
It is becoming sort of homogenized, though, with the development of new systems.
Where,
Epic specifically.
There are some advantages to having, our own provincial healthcare, but there are clear drawbacks and limitations.
I'm still carrying discs that one doctor has to give me at their office that I then have to drive across town to the other doctor and hand them that disc. It's the only way I can get those records there.
Yeah, and if you happen to relocate, and if you like a new state had this brand new healthcare system, that's just like a nightmare, I can imagine, to deal with.
Well, let me elaborate a little bit more. Leo, let's say you're in a big state and you like the way your state is run, and you are pissed off that at the federal level, these feds are changing the way things are done in your big state, and partially because your vote is worth less than somebody in a smaller state. And so you're pissed the fuck off, right? I get that, right? So wouldn't the solution be at that point, like, okay, at the federal level, everybody gets an equal say. So like on the things that are for the whole country, yes, this is the way it goes. But then we're going to give states like substantially more autonomy, specifically by removing the Commerce Clause.
Let me tell you why I think this could be good. Because if you're on the left and you don't like federalism, or you didn't like federalism before, Trump should have changed your mind on this. There's so many federal policies that states were able to resist by using their federal autonomy for a variety of reasons. Like, for instance, one big one for me was when he tried to, he did, essentially eliminate any progress on CAFE standards for cars. What happened was California said, okay, we're going to have our own emissions. We set our own emission standards in the state of California. We're going to set them to be more strict than what the federal government does. And that basically saved the country because no one wants to make a car that they can't sell in California. So if you have two sets of standards, one from California, one from the federal government, and by the way, New York matched California's. So that's like 20% of the country, massive market. Obviously, everyone who makes cars is going to make cars that meet California and New York's standards. If it hadn't been for that, CAFE standards would have been out the window. Like, we would have had like much more polluting cars as of right now. And it would have been very difficult for a subsequent administration to sort of reverse that. So it also carbon tax. California was able to talk to Oregon and Washington and also all of New England and New York and say, let's set a carbon tax that matches the carbon tax or the price for carbon in Canada and Mexico, and we'll have like a big effect on North America and the price of carbon. And they were able to do that during the Trump administration when he was relaxing standards on everything. There are lots of other examples too, especially in healthcare, where that sort of thing happened under the Trump administration. So federalism is a sword that cuts both ways.
Between Lactoid's question and Rich's reply, I'm definitely going more pro-Senate on this one. Lactoid, I actually think that for what your politics are, this is not a bad idea, but you can just scratch the Senate at that point. You're just basically mandating that the House can't do certain shit. And I don't have a problem if that's what you want. The problem is, personally, for my own politics, I absolutely don't want this. I want the federal government to be the biggest power in the land. I want them to have the ability to say, hey, look, here's the guidelines. This is what national policy is, and if you don't like it, I have the power to clap California and Texas at the same time, and if you don't like it, fuck off. The big problem I have with the system is that if you're going to have it have that much power, it needs to be leveraged against itself. And I really like that we have separation powers, not only in the judiciary and the executive branch, but the fact that the legislative branch is cut in two. Can we cut powers more here a little bit? Actually, I'm fine with that. I really want that sovereign power, but when it's actually united in purpose, I want it to clap. And I want it to clap fucking hard, because it needs to. I don't want California going its own way. And the fact that what Rich was saying, where New York and California can basically set the policy of the country by their own internal politics. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, like, just out of sheer mass, you can get California and New York to just write federal policy. And the fact that everyone else has to go along because they have so much population, that's disgusting to me. That needs to be a federal fucking decision.
They're not essentially writing. That's not what's happening. Like,
okay,
California's got how many fucking people? How many millions of people? Right?
About 40 million.
Okay. So that's like If I'm not mistaken, that's like a good chunk of the entire Midwest, right?
It's effectively like 11% of the population of the nation. And then you get California, you get New York
joined,
and you're I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's just say it's about 18. The problem is that car companies are not going to make different vehicles for different states,
and that's their prerogative, right? If you have
it is.
And look, I'm not necessarily saying that I'm in favor of these emission standards. We're just like talking about like alternatives here. But the idea that this is like a preferable or not a preferable alternative to the current system, which is the feds dominate, and the feds can basically overrun states who want to set policy within their own state borders, because we're concerned that the states that set their own policy, like companies who voluntarily want to do business in this state, might change their standards for other states too, because it's more efficient for them. I mean, isn't this kind of what's happening now when the Feds set policy? When the Feds set policy, isn't this like a group of Americans deciding for another group of Americans?
I don't disagree with that analysis. The problem is that, like, at least for the way that I see it, having the House and the Senate like counteracting each other, actually having to vet one another, particularly with the 60% margin that we have in the Senate, you've got a lot of hoops to clear to make this a national policy. I like that. California can go off and do whatever the fuck it wants, and out of sheer weight, if they get a couple people to sign on, the rest of the country kind of has to follow suit, particularly with economic affairs.
What happens, just out of curiosity, I what happens when, like, this is the problem I have with this lactoid. I got an issue with this. I like the current system better, except that this is going to be the hot part. Unless we do everything you said in your system, but gave states the power of nullification, so they could do straight up what South Carolina wanted to do and nullify laws. I think that would be the only way what you're saying would ever work. Because what I think would happen is you're going to have states like Texas and California pass laws in opposition to each other pretty quickly. Like, you're going to see, there's California mandate on cars. Well, Texas is pretty close to the size of California and getting closer. Hey, well, we're gonna make a mandate requiring them to have, whatever on there just out of spite or something. I feel like you're definitely gonna see that kind of happen as well. And then you're gonna have the competing issues. I think now economically it's not a matter, but I think whenever you come to a national level for other things other than economic, that's where we're gonna see the pull and the problem and the tears in society.
That's kind of go ahead.
I don't know how much of an issue like this specific thing is going to be. Like if Texas sets different emission standards, but then the companies comply with the more strict emission standards in order to sell in Texas.
No, what if they're like, no, we're requiring you to put like, say California goes, all vehicle cars have to be EV, and Texas goes, fuck that. We want all cars to be diesel, and like puts it out there just to like be out of spite to California, and we don't want
Elon Musk out of Austin.
Yeah, kind of something like that. Yeah, I mean not literally, but like I'm just using this as a hypothetical. Like, or they're like, okay, well, some other law,
water
like
rights,
I guess
water rights.
Yeah, water rights or something. Same thing, and they just pass an opposition law. Like, we don't like what they're doing over there, so fuck them. We're gonna do something just to fuck them.
I would prefer.
Well, half of that is happening. California is going to mandate EVs.
I would prefer that alternative than the feds having the power to mandate EVs in Texas, which is the current path that we're on. I'm in favor of like putting things within the federal government that make progress slow. Right? We could maybe, in order to pass something, you need 70% of the vote. I don't know. We can come up with something there while still like equalizing the representation. Fine. We can make it higher. Who knows? While still equalizing the amount of representation based on geography. Maybe even 80. You're going to keep on talking me into higher and higher percentages, Psycho. Don't make me say 90.
I wanted to respond. Okay. Were you done?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, Wickard versus Filburn is one of the worst cases in U.S. history, and it is established.
What that is? Yeah.
Okay, so Wickard versus Filburn is a U.S. Supreme Court case where we have this dude, and he's growing wheat. Okay, and he's growing a bunch of wheat, and this is around the time in which the government sets limits on how much wheat you can grow, because they want to maintain the price of wheat. It's a farmer-sponsored initiative. Basically OPEC, and the dude grows up more wheat than he's supposed to, but he doesn't sell it across state lines. He uses it for himself. He feeds his cattle and eats it himself. And And the feds
Eating,
come
like-
after him.
Go ahead.
I don't know if he actually ate it himself, but he
He
used
just
it for his own
eating
purposes,
tons
right?
A lot of
wheat.
wheat.
And yeah, it was a lot of wheat. And the government says, no, you can't do
Hungry
that.
boy.
That's ridiculous. And his challenge was, you don't have authority, because the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution allows the feds to regulate interstate commerce, not intrastate commerce. It gives you the ability to regulate goods that are flowing from one state to the other, right? If it crosses state lines, now you can argue it's federal. And I'm fine with that. That makes sense. I think regulating interstate commerce, that's like one of the things the feds get to do. What the Supreme Court decided was anything that affects the price of something, that potentially could affect the price of something in at any possible percentile in a different state is thus interstate commerce. So because the dude, I forget if it was Wickard or Filburn, but the dude who was growing the wheat, because he grew the wheat and ate it and fed it to his own animals, he didn't buy that wheat from his community, which means that they potentially didn't buy wheat from somewhere out of state, meaning that it affects the prices of wheat in that other state, meaning that's interstate commerce, which means that you can, everything and anything is now interstate commerce, right? If you masturbate to pornography, arguably that's interstate commerce, because now you're affecting the market price of prostitutes in your area, which could affect the market price of prostitutes generally across America, which now we're going to ban porn. It would be a stretch for sure, but like that's the kind of psychotic logic.
Penis, but yeah, go ahead.
That's the kind of psychotic logic that goes along with this case.
That
This
was
case,
the logic that Trump used, by the way, when he sued California to stop their emission standards. Yeah.
Yep, every
Because it would
federal
affect the emission standards in all the other states.
That's
Yeah,
right.
That's what he would say. Yeah.
Every federal administration since that case has used that case to get whatever they want done. In fact, the ACA, I think, was the first time in which the Supreme Court said the Commerce Clause wasn't going to be sufficient, that there needed to be something else. And I think before then, it basically was the Supreme Court was a rubber stamp for whatever the feds wanted to do. Terrible case.
So
if hypothetically he was growing below the threshold of wheat, that's also interstate commerce as well, because like that technically affects the price.
Yeah, they could mandate that you grow a certain amount of wheat.
Or like, yeah, what if he's just growing like whatever, like if he just like whatever, just one, like just a sack of wheat. That technically is, I guess, interstate commerce by that.
Yeah, it's a horrible case. First of all, it also opened the door to the drug war. This is what happened. But regardless, terrible case, and I think it really undermined the abilities for states to regulate their own interstate commerce. Which, if you are in favor of states' rights, which is the people who are arguing for the Senate and the Electoral College, they are big states' rights people. To placate some of their concerns here, which I think are valid, I think you have to do something to prevent federal interdiction into state policies and into state politics. And what's one of the ways you can do that? You can end the Commerce Clause's ability to regulate commerce that is located entirely within one state. It was never intended to apply intrastate. It was only intended to apply interstate. Obviously, that's why the framers put the word interstate. If they meant commerce, they should have just put commerce. I hate that case so fucking much, Prime. And let's just kind of like put a pin in it there for a second. Prime, do you agree with the general prospect of we want states to be able to have maybe more say over their own internal policies while preventing small states from having an outsized federal influence that they can then use to implement policies on bigger states?
So, to I guess help answer that, and at the end of this, tell me if I missed your question. But like this started with like Gibbs like challenging me, saying that like the what I was proposing would make the federal government run better, and then make the federal government more powerful. I mean, like I don't know, I don't really understand this logic very much. But it's from there it seems to sprout that like I wasn't in favor of federalism, and some people apparently in the chat think I'm not in favor of federalism, and that I don't understand like the separation of powers. Like I don't know how that could have happened from me just saying that I want the Senate to be more representative. Like I don't understand this logic train, but it arrived at a station here. But so I am for federalism, right? I'm for this separation of powers. I think it's interesting. in a variety of ways, the way the federal government has been able to insinuate itself within intra-state commerce. Like it just literally anything, right, can be interstate commerce. They're awfully creative when it comes to that. I think that's fair. I hadn't heard of that particular case before. Thank you for introducing it to me. It does sound absolutely wild. Sounds absolutely wild. And so, okay, so I'm in favor.
Not even Pisco defends it, by the way. Like, it's a crazy case.
Yeah.
Is it not growing wheat at all? Also, interstate commerce.
Yeah. Like I don't know
Arguably.
how. Yeah, you could change it to anything.
There's no
Like,
limits put on what it is. It just says, like, if it affects the price of like any good in another state, it's interstate commerce.
Yeah, right. Like, I refuse to be in the market for makeup, right? And because me as a man, not in the market for makeup, I'm affecting makeup prices in Nebraska.
You don't need it, Brian.
Sounds like something Basquiat would write about.
Yeah, it's very odd. So that seems like an overstep. I'd be willing to hear arguments to say it isn't, but it's on its face. I'm with you, Lecter. It seems like a massive overstep. Fair enough. But I'll go one step further, and I've introduced this topic to Blacktoid and Corey before, and maybe Aiko was here. I don't know. But I've talked about this a few times, like increasing the use and maybe formalizing the use of interstate compacts. Okay, so this would, I think this is an interesting happy middle. Well, that where the federal government is less powerful, and the states get to set their own agendas, but it keeps in mind that states can't do everything for themselves, right? Like Vermont is a tiny ass state with a tiny ass economy that can only do so much for itself. The idea that was put forth is that states with common populations with a general common interest will work together for projects that require more than one state, right? So this would, the classic example here being like Medicare for all. So rather than having that across the nation, right? Like if the Northeast states wanted to get together, right? And pool their resources to do that, well, then they can, right? And that's their thing. But on the other side of that, that also means that those states can't regulate what happens, like in the South, if they want to ban abortion, right? Like they're done with abortion, then they're done with abortion, right? They, within their compact, they get to do that. So like, what do you all think of that? That like states are more cooperation between the states to work on these things. And I have something else I want to say afterwards, but go ahead. What do you guys think of that?
Well, we have it now. We have enshrined in the ACA is the option for states to form interstate compacts to create their own insurance rules, their own like use of the federal subsidies that they get. They can, you know how the big, remember the big Republican cry that you should be able to sell insurance across state lines? You are allowed to sell insurance across state lines if you form an interstate compact, and there are provisions for that in the ACA specifically. It turns out states tend not to want to take advantage of that because they want to have control over their own insurance markets. It's sort of a political thing, but the option's there. They have like the federal government basically said, hey, states, you can form compacts any way you want. Have at it. And they haven't really done
like this would be more than just that, right? So like this would be like energy compacts, right? Like, oh, we're going to get together and build a grid, right? Like we care about investing in the grids, and our electrical grids, and Texas doesn't give a fuck because they're Texas. But Texas can let their grid fall apart, and that's fine for them. But
yeah. Well, it's been improved. It's great now.
Oh yeah, we'll see next winter storm. We'll find out.
But there is one. There is one. I can't remember the name of it, but the entire Northeast. The entire Northeast has an energy compact specifically, and I think New York recently joined, which was a big deal. I think New Jersey joined shortly after Chris Christie was replaced by a Democrat. So it's kind of growing, and yeah, it does exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I'll see if I can find the name of it.
Yeah. So basically, I'm thinking of expanding these ideas of compacts. Um, and I'll just say that one other thing, and then I want other people to jump in. Is that I think the federal government, like I'm with Gibbs, what he was saying previously, um, in that the federal government holds us together. I think it's extremely important. I think we don't want to disempower the federal government to the point where states are contradicting themselves in a way that negatively affects well each other, commerce, and like the free flow of individuals. Like I think that's a bit of a problem. So I don't.
RGGI, that's what's called. Sorry,
Oh, sure.
it's
Yeah.
called RGGI.
Yeah.
It's
So
that New England Compact.
yeah. So I want a strong federal government that can set national policy first, like intercountry policies. I don't want California to start being able to like make treaties with like Japan, right? That's a problem. Um, uh, so I am definitely in favor of federalism. I think as always, there's an interesting debate as to where that line should be, and I'd be willing to say that we haven't found an equitable equilibrium, but I think it's important that we find it and that the federal government still retains supremacy. There you go.
I'm
I don't have
not
a problem with
opposed.
this.
Yeah, I'm
Go
not.
ahead.
I don't inherently have a problem with it. Either as in like whatever, extrapolating to Canada. If Quebec can, form a pact with Ontario and we have a more unified healthcare system, I'd be all in favor of that. But then like yeah, at some point, I can envision that pushed in a certain way, it will conflict with the federal government here. And so I don't know how you put in the guard. There must be a way, but hopefully there's a way. But I don't know how you exactly put in the guardrails. So like yeah, maintaining federal supremacy, so to speak.
I don't have a problem with this. I think pretty much anything that they can do with the compacts are largely delegated within states' rights anyway. So if you just get a bunch of states to say, "Hey, look, we're going to do this thing that we're completely, on board to do it together," I don't have a problem with that. Like the interstate voter compact, as an example of this, like you guys already have the majority, or if it were to succeed, holy Christ, high, then they would already have the majority of the votes anyway. So whatever pact they enact is still legal and valid. So I don't really give a shit. The things that actually would help the most is exactly what Rich was talking about, which we don't do, which is having health insurance go by interstate compact. It would I thought the Republican talking point was real. It would actually make healthcare better if we could sell across state lines. And then they didn't fucking do it. So I'll smack the Republican Party on that one.
Yeah, Lacto, what are your thoughts?
I have no problem with interstate compacts. I don't know. I guess I get the concern about, well, the Fed supremacy clause should remain, and not even necessarily denying that over some things, right? States largely have police power, which currently, despite the supremacy clause, I don't see. Or I guess I could see arguments against it, but I think if you're in favor of federalism, you have to argue that the states should have some power that the feds don't have, right? Otherwise, what's the point of having states? Are they just these rubber stamps that just do what the feds want?
Administrative zones.
Yeah.
Yeah. So clearly, there needs to be some level of sovereignty to the states that are given. And I'm not saying like give the states the ability to leave the country. I'm not saying give the states the ability to declare war on other states. That'd be ridiculous. But I think removing the Commerce Clause, I think specifically as it applies to interstate commerce, I think you could implement some other changes, perhaps. Maybe that I haven't thought of yet, but that would help give people the feeling of both. I get to have, I'm not being dominated by the bigger states because I'm within my own state, but that also gives people from the bigger states, well, my vote doesn't count as much as someone from a smaller state, right? Because those are the two concerns that I see as most valid.
Lactoid. Should Mississippi be able to bring back slavery just within its own border?
So no, but I think that when we're talking about like, there's obviously not obviously, I guess I shouldn't use the word obviously, because where this line is going to be dependent. But I think there's some human rights that the states should not be able to violate. I do think that removing the Commerce Clause would not only remove the drug war's effective capability to be waged by the feds at any kind of operational level. I also wonder if it might. I think it might also affect the Civil Rights Act. I don't know how that would apply because technically the Civil Rights Act was intended to only apply to areas of interstate commerce, but that, hotels, restaurants, etc., soda parlors, but that began to expand over time. So, but specifically the 13th Amendment was always thought to be, from its passing, was always thought to apply individually to the states, regardless of commerce. It wasn't necessarily seen as a commerce amendment. It was seen more as a kind of foundational human rights amendment.
Yeah. So, okay. So then, yeah, going off of that, because you're already going in the direction that I went. So, I think the line here is harder to figure out than people understand, right? So, civil rights, that requires right now, at least the way it's designed, it's based on interstate commerce because it's not an amendment. Those civil rights legislations, those aren't amendments, which is federal legislation. So like, do you think that within their own borders that, maybe actually I think I already know the answer.
I would repeal the civil as applying to private entities. I'd repeal that at the federal level.
Yeah, but as applying to private entities, but that's not all of like the civil rights, right? Like not.
Well, arguably, that's all that applies when it comes to commerce.
It's all applies. Okay, let me just in terms of public accommodations, within Mississippi's borders, right? If they wanted to resegregate public accommodations, should they be able to do that?
When you say public accommodations, are you talking about like from the government?
Parks.
Yeah. So this is already prohibited by the 14th Amendment, right? No state shall make or enforce any law. So this is about the state making or enforcing laws that abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
Yeah. So I'm asking you, should that be the case? Right? Like
I'm not in favor of removing the 14th Amendment, no. But I don't think the 14th Amendment requires a Civil Rights Act, obviously, because one came much later.
Sure. Okay. Well, then, like, I'm gonna just keep asking you questions.
You have a modern example of this, though. Like, what about like a modern example? Like, I don't know, border security. Like, what if like Texas wanted, like, which we've already had this debate, kind of, and that's not necessarily even interstate commerce, wanted to build a border wall, right? Kind of same thing. What if we had an interstate pact between Texas and New Mexico and Arizona, and they wanted to build their own border wall? Kind of the same thing. It's kind of a similar argument that you're making with the should Mississippi be able to resegregate, right? Like, what's the line, right? Like, Texas wants to build its own wall, and the federal government's coming and saying no, and the argument is, oh well, I would even argue, hey, it's not state related in that situation, but like, how are you gonna, like, what's the difference in that argument?
Well, I mean, it's the national border.
No, it's not.
I'm siding with. I'm siding with the feds on this one. It's the national border, and if Texas can get fucked.
Well, hey, we already fought a war over it, and so
you're welcome to find another one. I'll happily invade Austin.
Hold on a second. That's another thing. There's a second factor with that. We don't have to do the immigration debate. Texas signed a contract when we came in, what our borders were, which we had already fought a war over. So the United States is already declaration of duty. The point that I'm making with this is that it is a border, right? So if that, like, we all like, or in the thing, it's an interstate issue. If Texas wanted to go 3 feet away, say, okay, you know what, that is the federal border, and go 3 feet away from that, and say this is now the Texas border, and build that law, like, fence there. Why the U.S. government shouldn't have any say over that, right? It's an interstate thing. Like, why? What's the difference between what what Prime is proposing and what, like, Texas is doing?
Well,
I feel like we're going to relitigate that whole argument.
It might beg the question of, like, well, what would stop maybe Texas of, like, building an entire border around the entire state, and now you can't.
Same thing.
Like, I'd ask you, do you think Texas should have the right to do that? Of, like, well, yeah, we're just going to close off the entire. We're going to build a wall 3 feet away from the drawn borders on the map, and it's going to be all around the circumference of the perimeter of Texas.
The less ridiculous, like, hypothetical here is
before then, I do want to hear his response to that, and then let's go to time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Texas should be well within the rights. Yeah, one, like I said, Texas like signed an agreement with the U.S. government. The U.S. government currently under the Biden administration. This is why the big reason why the Biden administration is probably going to lose, in my opinion, is immigration. Right? It's a national issue. It's becoming a national issue, and one part within Texas, especially, this might not apply to the rest of the southern. Texas is, got a contract basically because when we came and joined the United States, we'd already fought this war over this. It's very important to Texans on the border. Now, as far as the like a 3 foot away for the rest of the border in Texas, like yeah, I think that's an interesting argument. I don't know how much I don't know how much it would affect commerce in that aspect. If we were like over here, like had our own border agents up saying you can't travel through if you're from California, that might be one thing. But as far as if we were just like, hey, for some reason we don't want to look at the Oklahomans anymore and built up this like wall, then yeah, I think Texas should be well within their rights to build up this wall around the rest of the border. Like, yeah, then Louisianians ugly, and then just not look at them. Then I think we're within our rights.
That's the less ridiculous hypothetical. I'm firmly on the side that no state has the right to segregate themselves from the other states. That's the entire point of the union. If you don't like it, you can petition to secede, but you're a traitor and fuck you. As far as like the border wall just 3 feet back, I mean that's a cute, and I'm sure it's a great lawyer legal loophole, and I'm sure Lactoid would get up there and defend it. But I hope the federal government crushes you with every ounce of force that it can muster.
He wants.
I want to actually.
I'm a lot more. Look,
it's funny when he says crushes. They couldn't beat the camel farmers in Afghanistan, but they're gonna outgun us Texans down here. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, if we need to use the nuclear launch codes on Austin, like I might sign that off. But
we're not nuking Austin. It's not happening. Okay.
All right. Memes aside,
I
know. Memes aside, I do not like. I am far more on the side of Unitarianism when it comes to federalism. Like I embrace that there are things that we need to have conversations with. Okay, cool. The states have this power. I'm cool with actually states having education. I'm cool with giving them that ability. I would like to have a national policy, but it's a fucking nightmare and a dumpster fire. If the country wants to go that way, I don't have a problem with that. Again, unitary. The side that I do just fucking flip my shit on is when people are like, hey, Texas or California, or whoever the fuck it is, has the right to just go their own way without any consideration of any of their neighboring states or just the federal government itself. No, I'm going to back the feds. You're in a union. Our union is prosperous to both of us. If you want to piss in everybody's shoes, that's fine. You can reap the repercussions of this. What
about when it's not prosperous to both of us, though? Like, what if it eventually gets to the point where because you keep saying it's a traitor? So how long do these states have to just keep getting fucked before it's eventually they go, oh, okay, we're not traitors. We're no longer benefiting from this union. We should be allowed to leave. Like, what's the point there?
Okay, so
that get to that point.
Okay, theoretically, yes, right? And this is actually a fun one because I haven't figured this one out in my own head quite. What is the point where people actually have a right to secede? I don't honestly know, because the entire point of this union, the federal union of the United States, is that the 50 states and the territories all are bound by common rules, and those common rules allow us to engage in common exchange, right? We have a general rule set on how our automobiles work and how all this shit goes. And that allows for us to play by the same rule set and get along and conduct commerce and, do all the shit. If you want to just separate from that because the system fucks you horrendously, I can get that. But how far is that for you? Because I get for Gibbs, it's probably not very far. But I really like Texas soil, and I don't think y'all are getting fucked by literally taxing your wellheads and then, like, selling it to everybody. Like, it seems like it works out for y'all pretty well. So, who's the state that's getting fucked the most by being part of the union? And we'll go from there.
I mean,
probably like Wyoming or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, my issue is the union helps everybody. I can't think of one single state that doesn't benefit from being literally part of the biggest global power on the planet.
I don't think anybody's advocating for the dissolution of the United States.
No. Look, the actual hypothetical. I'm sure you are, Corey. No, the actual hypothetical, and or at least the question in the audience, and even the panel is definitely like, what is the point in which a state says, okay, like this union fucking sucks. It's screwing us hard. And if somebody could provide me that example, I'll totally take it. I would love to engage in that hypothetical.
I mean, like South Carolina did that in 1828 or whatever with nullification crisis, right? Like, I mean, we look at the Civil War; they did that shit too. But I mean, totally different things. I mean, there's like a lot of different levels. Like, I mean, I can easily point Texas going, listen, they're not upholding their end of the bargain with us anymore. Their bargain was to defend our border, right? That's the whole part of the reason why we wanted to, right? It's because we got tired of fighting wars with Mexico. So, like, that's part of it. So, if we're going to sit here and be invaded, we might as well do it our fucking selves. Like, I can easily see that within the realm of possibility, right?
Okay.
Like, same thing with, like, Arizona going, oh, hey, we're getting whatever happening. Like, or, like, I mean, for example, I mean, those are just those examples that I have modern day. I mean, maybe 10 years from now, there's a new resource discovered, and, like, Florida is just like, oh, alligator tears, cure cancer, and they just have this monopoly on it. And, like, Wyoming never gets it. And Wyoming's getting fucked. Like, there's a lot of scenarios that we don't know about that could occur at any point that, like, I mean, gets somebody there. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Right.
I can give you a general rule, I would say.
Sure.
Tiberius, I think the general rule is if the federal government, contrary to the Constitution, neglects their duties or actively harms a state, like if they have a duty to a state based on the Constitution, and they just ignore it, or if they like actively target a state or remove the representation of a state, which is guaranteed by the Constitution.
Right.
If they ignore the Constitution if they ignore the Constitution to the detriment of any given state, then that given state has the right to secede.
Okay, I'll pitch a hypothetical here.
And that means Texas already has the right to secede.
I don't think the federal government has ignored the Constitution to the detriment of Texas.
I mean,
Yeah,
Gibbs would disagree, but
so
if there's
Texas would say
if there's a state that could persist after secession, it would be Texas, because we have it, like we are at, like, if you look at a map of the United States, if you look at where the solar resources are, right? That's called the Sun Belt. It goes right through Texas. There's also something called the Wind Corridor, which runs north-south. It goes right through Texas. The two intersect in Texas, which is why we do well with wind and well with solar. Then, of course, we have the Eagle Shale. We've got oil and gas like out the wazoo that'll last for a long, long time. We even have uranium reserves in Texas. Like, is from an energy standpoint, we do exceptionally well, and we have ports that are essentially East Coast ports that would allow us to trade with Europe. Like, we would lose Asian trade, like that would be a big problem. But we have ports. We have access to the sea. We have 5 different kinds of climate sort of geography. So we have a lot of like diversity in terms of like what we could get from farming and from ranching and stuff like that. Texas is sort of unique in that, I mean, there was a reason it was its own country for a while, because it did have a lot of what it needed in order to like continue to survive. However, it still would be worse off. So it would be sort of like Brexit, where Europe got fucked by Brexit a little bit, but the UK got fucked by a lot more. And I think it'd be the same way. I think the United States would be harmed by losing Texas. Texas would be also a lot harmed, despite the fact that we would be less harmed than if any other state tried to leave.
Here, I'll give you guys a hypothetical, because I actually could see it happening, because we've gotten kind of close to doing it again. What happens when a state has its representatives told that they have to re-election? We usually have only done it to like 1 or 2 people, but I could totally see it where the Democrats or Republicans get like 320 people in the House, and they're like, we don't like a member of the squad, or we don't like MTG, so this state has to re-elect that position. And the state's like, that's not your fucking permission to do. Like, that's our representative. We'll lead the union if you don't let our people go. I can see where that's the drawing line for somebody, even though they would be keeping up people that would be fucking horrible. But I can see that where a state would actually have good ground to say, we're done. But this is kind of where I lose the plot with that kind of argument, though, is that you have 40 million citizens of the greater United States, right? You have 50 states. You have, 435 members of the House. There's so many layers of people being able to check each other that you have to be doing something incredibly fucking stupid to get people pissed off at you enough to do that to you. Anyone disagree with that?
Not on its face.
Yeah, like, this is why I'm strongly Unitarian. Like, the fact that you have to check with that many people and that many institutions to where the federal government can actually sign off and do something, I really like our system. It's got a lot of weight, but when it can move, it'll fucking move, and it does a lot of good.
So Aiko, send me that thing on the wind corridor. I was trying to look for it, but I couldn't find that.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it's-
There's a really
yeah.
great map for that.
But in any case,
I got him.
yeah, we're running out of time. I mean, we're already over time, so I'm going to end things here. Thanks all for coming through. Consider supporting the channel, guys. We do need your help. So if you're out there, consider using your Amazon Prime as Prime Gaming on the community. Subs to the channel, bits give subs. Hit the pop button and haven't done so yet. I'll give an outro to all these great individuals. Thank you, Lactoid, for coming through and always being like a fantastic person to argue with.
Thank you, Prime. Moral of the story: Social Security sucks. Get rid of it. And then probably keep the Senate too. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thank you, friend. Tiberius, thanks also for coming through. It was really nice having you. You're a really good guest for these topics.
I appreciate that, because sometimes I feel like I lose the plot a little bit, but the world's complicated, folks. And if you like me diving into the nuance, I'm a massive nerd, and I love to just stream and chat about all the things and how they're complicated and why I'm usually not very hardcore on anything. But when it comes to protecting the power of the sovereign, the United States government, I'm pretty much all in, because I think it actually does a lot of fucking good, and I think people really undersell it. So if you want to hear me fanboy for the United States federal government, definitely check me out on Tiberius D on Twitch and YouTube. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, also fantastic. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Always grateful. And just as like I mentioned, okay, the United States might be able to take a page out of Canada's playbook when it comes to the Senate. Maybe Texas can take a page out of Quebec's playbook when it comes to secession, since I think we actually had an actual vote on whether a referendum on whether Quebec would actually pretty much separate from Canada. And that was a very close vote. I think it was like 93, 94. And I remember like everyone was like watching the results. And I think it was like by like the slimmest of margins, we voted to stay in Canada. And there's still an ongoing debate on whether Quebec is that debate is never really dies down in its entirety. But yeah, this is always great. I learned a lot, especially about how the United States functions. And all credit to Lactoid to bring attention to that case. About the wheat, super interesting. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell, and iCow, Gibbs, Ali, Tiberius, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Love you too, friend. Ali, thank you for being here, man.
I'm glad I was just here to look pretty. I like I said, I wish I'd paid attention to World Civ in high school, because then I would have been able to participate in this specific panel. But Jesus, I just felt like an idiot listening to you guys the whole time. But thanks for the lessons. I really appreciate it. Sociologic on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Lactoid would say that you shouldn't be allowed to vote. Right? Lactoid?
Although Lactoid would say no one should be allowed to vote, I think.
Yeah, the actual, real quickly, my solution would be that you have to pass a civics test to get the voting license, and then your voting license gets modified by your IQ. So like you've got a really high IQ, your vote's weighted more. And you got to be over the age of 21.
Why can't we just do service guarantee citizenship at that rate?
Because then the policy is going to be free Dodge Challengers and
we already talked about this. Corey gets the most votes because he's a PhD candidate, right? So,
well, I'm curious.
We do it based on education.
Lactoid, for your system, is it like annual, cognitive tests? Like, since the ones with the highest get the most votes, if the IQ starts declining, do votes get stripped away?
It's like your driver's license. Like you have to renew it every certain amount of years.
Look, if you could say man, person, woman, camera, TV, that's 5 votes right there.
Let's go to.
Well, I'm voting anyways, so
take Animal, that. Gibbs, a consummate American. Thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. In closing, Social Security sucks. The Biden administration are a bunch of traitors that should be taken out back and pay for their crimes to Texas. Bad government leaders. And third, I just want to say his little offhand reference. If you get into 40K, don't play Dark Angels. Y'all are sus. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, our friend Aiko, Rich.
So that map you asked for, I sent it to you. It's in your it's in your inbox. And also, I'm looking forward to the after panel on X-Men 97. Looking forward to that for sure. Yeah, my name's Ike Rich. I do have a Twitter, but
sorry. Well, what you? I didn't hear what you have a Twitter, and then I didn't hear anything.
I have some connection. Oh yeah, Ike Rich Twitter. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, great.
I don't know. My connection, something's happening to it today.
Okay. Texas
Must be a Texas thing.
Making
I'm not having a problem.
I'm having the same problem.
I'm having no problems.
Maybe you're not really a Texan then.
Yeah, I'm the epitome of
yeah,
Texas. I'm the lead of Texas.
I am suspiciously close to Oklahoma, so
exactly. See the wall probably going by his house.
Right.
They're digging the foundation now. Must have had a cable.
Yeah.
All
I will
right.
say that this is our secession is the current national debate topic at the high school level. The exact wording is something like resolved: a people ought to have the right in a democracy. A people ought to have the right to secede from their government, and defining the term "a people" is critical, like for the debate. So we haven't really talked about that yet. Can you consider Texans a people, or does it require there's a whole variety of.
Check. You want something controversial to end it on? I would say Texans are more a recognized people. Oh, thanks for the raid, by the way.